Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The conference will begin shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the conference on the status and prospects of the Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. The conference is co-hosted by Interdisciplinary Study Group on Climate Change and Environment of Korea University, Global Green Growth Institute, United Nations Development Program Seoul Policy Center, Asia-Europe Foundation, and Center for Climate and Sustainable Development Law and Policy. I'm Hae-Yun Jung from the Center of Global Climate and Marine Governance of Global Research Institute, your announcer for today. Now let us begin the conference with the opening remarks from the hosting institution. Please welcome Dr. Jin-Han Ri, the Executive Vice President for Research of Korea University, with a big round of applause.
Okay. Good morning and good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you to today's conference on status and prospects of the Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. Particularly, I thank Youngmoo Cho, Director General of Development Cooperation Bureau of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Jae-Shin Park, Vice President for Program Strategy and Asia Programs of KOICA, Frank Riesberman, Director General of Global Green Growth Institute, Stefan Klingenbill, Director of UNDP Seoul Policy Center, Grażyna Polauska, Acting Director of Sustainable Development and Health Department of Asia-Europe Foundation, and Ho-Young An, Senior Advisor of CSD Lab, for attending the conference. Today's conference is co-hosted by the Interdisciplinary Study Group on Climate Change and Environment of Korea University, Global Green Growth Institute, and UNDP Seoul Policy Center, Asia-Europe Foundation, and CSD Lab. As you know, this conference is an online one due to COVID-19. Considering the complex nature of today's conference issues, an interdisciplinary approach is the most important for providing comprehensive and effective solutions to the problems of our planet Earth. Particularly, I believe climate change, environment, and sustainable development are leading topics to stimulate such interdisciplinary research and education. Therefore, I am very pleased to give my welcoming remarks at this conference. As we have been facing unprecedented challenges from COVID-19, it has become important for countries to develop and prepare post-COVID-19 recovery measures. For this, Green New Deal and net zero policies are very important to ensure sustainable development and to create new jobs in this difficult time. However, many of the developing countries are having difficulties in realizing the Green New Deal measure due to insufficient knowledge and resources. Therefore, the Republic of Korea, along with other advanced countries, international organizations, think tanks, and universities must make contributions to help the developing world by providing and implementing good policies on Green ODA. I do believe today's conference with the renowned scholars, leading international organizations, and think tanks is an excellent opportunity to identify viable theories, practices of Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. I also wish participants may find an avenue for continuing discussions on Green ODA together with Korea University so that we can keep on addressing relevant issues among all the organizations and experts of today's conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ri, for your warm, welcoming remarks. Next, please give a round of applause as I invite Mr. Youngmoo Cho, the Director General of the Development Cooperation Bureau of Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Professor Jinan Ri, Executive Vice President for Research of Korean University, His Excellency Ambassador Ho Young-an, Senior Advisor of the Center for Climate and Sustainable Development Law and Policy, and former Vice Foreign Minister, Mr. Jae-shin Park, Vice President for Program Strategy and Asia Programs of KOICA. Distinguished participants, let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Professor Jung So-young, Head of the Interdisciplinary Study Group on Climate Change and Environment of Korea University, and his team for their contribution and work put into organizing this meaningful conference. I would also like to offer my thanks to all those who are attending this conference with a special interest in Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. It is my great pleasure to take this opportunity to briefly introduce the Green ODA policy of the Korean government. Faced with the unprecedented crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, every country is striving to minimize the problems caused by the pandemic by implementing economic stimulus measures and strengthening social safety nets. But for a more sustainable and comprehensive response to the pandemic, we cannot put aside the environmental aspect. This is why the international community is developing the concept of building back better and greener. Domestically, the Korean government has announced a set of measures to build back better and greener from COVID-19 more effectively. The government launched the Green New Deal last year as one of the three main pillars of its New Deal policy, along with the Digital New Deal and strengthening of employment and the social safety net. Subsequently, the Korean government pledged to go carbon neutral by 2050, together with other major economies. To support the international community's efforts toward the sustainable development from eco-friendly and zero carbon aspect, the Korean government is also working to establish Green ODA policy. At the Committee for International Development Cooperation meeting chaired by the Prime Minister last month, the Korean government adopted the third mid-term strategy for development cooperation for 2021 to 2025 and underlined the importance of Green ODA. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is in charge of formulating, implementing, and coordinating grant aid policies, has been working on a Green New Deal grant strategy in cooperation with relevant ministries. Today, I'd like to introduce some of the key elements of this strategy. First, the overarching goal of this strategy is to enable Korea to make a contribution to global green transition as a green leader. The strategy is aimed at selecting and implementing flagship green projects in the areas of climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as in the combined forms of the two areas. Also, the implementation of this project will be closely aligned with our key regional strategies, the new Southern Policy and the new Northern Policy. Second, the Korean government will raise the proportion of its Green ODA up to the average level of OECD DAC members. While working to set a specific goal for our Green ODA policy, we will also continue to identify development programs and projects in the area of Green ODA to better meet the needs of developing countries. Lastly, all these efforts for Green ODA cannot be done by the government alone. We need strong green partnerships with a variety of development cooperation stakeholders, such as international organizations, including GGGI, civil society organizations, universities, and businesses. Strengthening green partnership will be a key element of Korea's green ODA policy. That is why today's conference is a timely and meaningful opportunity for the Korean government to gain valuable ideas which are essential for implementing the green ODA policy effectively and successfully. Your comments and advices will be taken into consideration when formulating green ODA strategies. I hope this conference will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for your opening remarks. Now, I would like to introduce a very special guest who came to congratulate the opening of today's conference. Dr. Jae-shin Park is the Vice President for Program Strategy and Asia Programs of Korea International Cooperation Agency. Please welcome.
Vice President Park, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I didn't turn on the mic. Okay, thank you, moderator. Distinguished speakers, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank first the Korea University and partner institutions for organizing this timely and important conference on the status and prospects of the Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. Last year, as was the case in many other areas, the coronavirus pandemic imposed a great deal of difficulty to many of us working in international development cooperation. The fight to overcome the pandemic is not over yet. The fight we are struggling to get through, not only just to go back to the normal, but also to build back better and greener. The Korean government presented its determination for green recovery and for transforming the society toward carbon neutrality by 2050. But of course, the climate crisis is not the only Korea's problem, but it's a global issue that all international communities need to work together in cooperation and collaboration. As a public institution of Korea dedicated to ODA, KOICA will make efforts to implement the Green New Deal ODA plan we formulated for carbon neutrality in accordance with the government policy and strategy. In terms of real market system, the government's intends to increase the grant type Green New Deal ODA ratio among its portfolio from 8% in 2018 to 11% in 2025. And KOICA also plans to double the ratio of the Green New Deal ODA by 2025 to 15% level, which is more ambitious than the government's target. In terms of areas of focus of the Green New Deal ODA, KOICA has set a direction to actively identify project opportunities for first, low carbon energy transformation, second, eco-friendly means of transportation like electric mobility, and third, smart green city development. KOICA will also make efforts to promote and disseminate green innovation technologies. And we are also currently processing the qualification procedure in order to work with the Global Climate Fund, GCF. Overall, no doubt that KOICA is committed toward green recovery or green development of our partner countries through ODA, but it cannot be done without the support, encouragement, and collaboration with our partner institutions and expert and professionals who gather here today. I see that various important issues are to be addressed today, including the inseparability between sustainable development and the climate change, green financing, and the role of international organizations and the role of universities. These issues are crucial because it's high time for us to articulate what results we expect from this endeavor, with what resources and with whom we can do successfully implement the Green New Deal ODA. I look forward that valuable experiences and insights are to be shared today, and no doubt that those will shed light on the way of Korea's Green New Deal ODA drive. Thanks all participants for your contributions, and thanks Korea University and organizing steps very much again for making this wonderful conference taking place today. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for your congratulatory remarks. Now, please give a round of applause as I invite Ambassador Ho Young-an, the Senior Advisor of CSD Lab and former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, it is such a pleasure to say a few words at this seminar. If anybody still doesn't understand what CSD Lab stands for, it stands for Center for Climate and Sustainable Development Law and Policy. So as the name suggests, this is a non-profit think tank, very narrowly focused on developing law and policy related with climate and sustainable development, and then work very closely with large number of developing economies in Asia and in Africa. And then we do it in very close partnership with Korea University, with the Korean Foreign Ministry, with KOICA, and then other institutions represented at this seminar. Now, I listened to all the previous speakers, and they emphasized on the importance and timeliness of this conference. And of course, I agree with all their points. And then let me add my voice and emphasize about the timeliness of this conference today. And I will be very brief, very brief. I wish to make only 2 points. The first point is, let us just think about the phase in which NDC, nationally determined contributions, where that stands for the time being. So far from 2015 to up to now, we in fact have been focused upon submission of NDCs. Now we should be shifting to implementation of NDCs. What does that imply? Well, large number of developing economies, they in fact had to work with us. That is to say, all the stakeholders in the area of climate change in order to develop the NDCs. Now they have to shift from submission stage to implementation stage. And then you could easily understand in the implementation stage, large number of developing economies, they would need even more capacity building to enter that stage, important stage of implementation. That's one reason why today's conference is so timely. Second reason is, well, in a sense, in a very timely manner, United States came back to join the Paris Accord. And then I think it, in fact, is a very welcome development in my mind as we make this shift from, say, submission stage to implementation stage. Why? Because, well, in the implementation stage, then of course, we would have even greater need for technology and financing. And when it comes to technology and financing, of course, you could understand, United States as a nation has a lot to offer. So these are two reasons. Of course, there are far more reasons than I can share with you, but these are at least two reasons why today's seminar is so timely and important. So let me stop here and then listen to professionals and then try to learn from them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador An, and please give a round of applause to all first speakers for their insightful remarks, each reflecting their high expectations on today's conference. With this, we now move on to session 1, keynote speeches on global trends in Green ODA. The first session of the day will be moderated by Professor So-Young Chung, the Director of Center for Global Climate and Marine Governance of Korea University.
Thank you, Hae-yoon, for kind introduction. My name is So-Young Chung. I'm a professor at the Division of International Studies of Korea University, also directing the organizing the unit on campus, Center for Global Climate and Marine Governance. It's my pleasure to introduce several speakers, distinguished speakers in this session, keynote speech sessions on global trends in the Green ODA. We have speakers from the United States, and then Korea, based in Korea, GGG and UNDP Seoul Policy Center, and then one from the San Francisco and others. So we have a very tight schedule today. So I just want to make sure that each speaker will keep your time of the presentation initially allocated for you. So let me first introduce the first speaker, Professor Louis Goodman of American University. So Louis, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, so floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So first I'm going to try to share the screen. So it's such a pleasure for me to participate in this important conference. As Ambassador An said, there are few international relations subjects more important than environmental cooperation. And I want to commend Korea University Center for Global Climate and Marine Governance for organizing this event. But to start out, I have to reveal a deep-seated bias. And that bias is that I'm a big fan of the Republic of Korea and also of Korea University. I've been a regular visitor to Korea and Korea University for many years. I witnessed both the difficulties following Korea's struggle with the 1997 Asian financial crisis and its super impressive and rapid recovery, followed by the United States precipitated 2008 global financial crisis. I remember when I first visited Korea University in 1992, it was hardly a green university with charcoal stoves heating most of its building, a far cry from the super impressive modern facilities it has today. I'm always so impressed when I visit Korea University. I want to talk today about two things, about the recent historical roots of Korea's Green ODA, and also about the kinds of partnerships that the Republic of Korea must forge in the future to assure the success of the Green ODA. Regarding the historical roots of Korea's Green ODA, I could remind everyone that by some measures, Korea has the greenest landscape tradition of any advanced country, with the least amount of water and artificial nutrients used per square meter. But I'd have to go way back in Korea's history to explain that. So I want to start with 12 years ago with Professor Lee Myung-bak's Green Energy Growth Plan. And to illustrate that, I have a chart that my dear colleague, So-Young Chung, developed. You can see his name there, charting the history of climate change policy in Korea. When President Lee announced his Green Growth Plan in 2009, it had three objectives. First, to move Korea to become a clean energy consumer. Second, to further establish a positive international presence for Korea. And three, to reignite Korea's economy following the global financial crisis. Starting with objective number 3, since 2009, Korea's economy has done extremely well. It has moved from number 17 in the world with a GDP of $727 billion to number 11 with a 2019 GDP of 1.75 trillion. Regarding number 2, Korea has an ever-increasing positive international presence, moving from number 22 globally on the University of Southern California's soft power ranking in 2016 to number 15 in 2019. This is the most notable rise of any advanced country. It has struggled, however, with objective number one. It has had difficulty containing its energy consumption, and its consumption it has had difficulty making it less brown and more green. In that context, when President Moon Jae-in announced his Green New Deal post-COVID stimulus plan in 2020, it built upon the 2009 Green Energy Growth Plan, but it was far more sophisticated. The Green New Deal post-COVID stimulus plan has three strategic areas: green urban development, low carbon decentralized energy, and innovative green industry. It promises to invest $135 billion in green and digital technology and to generate more than 650,000 new jobs by 2025. Today, Korea is a green growth norm setter. Its green initiatives have placed Korea among the world's leading countries, specifically aiming, one, to make their economies and societies both green and productive, two, to use this as a base for enhancing their global competitiveness, and three, to create a virtuous cycle of green global competitiveness and national prosperity. Of course, Korea cannot achieve these objectives by itself. These objectives require that Korea build partnerships with allies around the world to mainstream green growth initiatives in national economic policies. Among Korea's partner building initiatives in this regard is the relationship of its Korea Green Growth Trust Fund with the World Bank Group. The KGGTF website reports a fund of $138 million with 165 grants made to date in sectors including urban, transport, energy, ICT, environment, agriculture, and water, allocated in 5 continents worldwide. The website states that the KGGTF activities are, quote, strongly motivated by the awareness of risk created by climate change and a need for responsible management of natural resources. How successful can these and Korea's other green ODA activities be? That is a question I want to address. According to a June 2020 article in the Environmental and Development, in the journal Environmental and Development Economics, green ODA, aiming to mitigate carbon emissions, has a positive impact on countries when those countries have high quality partner institutions. And interestingly, these green ODA activities have a negative impact on carbon mitigation in countries with poor quality institutions. Further, it was found that green ODA is most effective in countries that enjoy economic freedom and are relatively free from corruption. This finding is, of course, consistent with decades of research on ODA and on NGO assistance to partners in developing nations in a broad array of sectors. Nevertheless, it warrants repeating here. Thus, with the Republic of Korea's increasingly sophisticated plans for creating a virtuous cycle controlling climate change, stimulating its economy, and changing environmental related values and customs, it will be essential for the Republic of Korea to work with partners, both national and institutional, that have high quality institutions. In other words, partners that practice good governance. What then is good governance? And here I have a slide from the United Nations. First, as a foundation, good governance requires, as was stated by the German sociologist Max Weber more than 100 years ago, that the state have a monopoly of the legitimate means of violence. That means the partners must be able to assure the physical well-being of its citizens and of their potential partners. With that foundation, good governance, with governance including all of the processes of governing a social system, whether it's undertaken by a government, of a state, by a market, or by a network, has 5 major characteristics. These are shown in the PowerPoint slide. Good governance is participatory, it is consensus-oriented, it is accountable, it is transparent, it is responsive, it is effective and efficient, it is equitable and inclusive, and it follows the rule of law. And if a country has good governance, that effectively assures that corruption is minimized, that the views of minorities are taken into account, that the voices of the most vulnerable in society are heard in decision-making, and that it is also responsive to the present and future needs of society. Therefore, In my view, for the Republic of Korea's well-conceived Green ODA to achieve its goals, it is thus essential that it work with partners that practice good governance and that avoid potential partners who do not. Following this practice will assure that the Republic of Korea's Green ODA has very bright prospects. I want to end here and thank you for the opportunity to share these views.
Aeon, our MC is today joining from the East Timor, and then sometimes she has been experiencing some connection, issues. So let me just, introduce the next speaker, Dr. Frank Riesberman, Director General of the Global Green Growth Institute. And Frank, floor is yours.
Thank you, Sejong. Let me likewise try and share my screen. Yes. And make it full. All right. So I'll talk today likewise about Korea's Green ODA, and after the very positive words from Professor Goodman, I have a follow-up that is equally admiring of Korea, but I have some additional words. We are in the midst of a pandemic, but as some speakers have said, the climate crisis has not taken a day off. So we actually are in the middle of an unprecedented sustainability crisis as well. And while Korea has taken very strong action at home to green the recovery, Korea's current ODA is really not very green, as I'll show you. And my overall message is that Korea's ODA can adopt clear green targets in line with the Green New Deal and net zero. So I was very happy to hear from Koika earlier on that they do indeed plan to increase their Green New Deal ODA. But I think I'm going to show to you that that target that you heard about, the 11 or the 15%, is still very modest in my view. So yes, the sustainability crisis. Of course, we're focusing on COVID these days, but we have a climate crisis. We have a mass species extinction event, the sixth mass species extinction that many scientists fear for, and many other issues. Now, I've worked on environment and development issues for almost my entire career, the last 40 years. And during that time, I've very often heard people say things like these. Poor people, hungry people don't care about the environment. They have other more priority needs. And that is then often taken as a reason not to focus on environment in ODA, but to focus on what are perceived as other basic needs. Now, I will not deny that hungry people or refugees may not worry about global greenhouse gas emissions, but what is not really in doubt is that those same poor people in developing nations are extremely vulnerable to the climate crisis and to environmental pollution. The cyclone, for instance, Cyclone Ida that hit Southern Africa was devastating in Mozambique, and Mozambique has very limited capacity to then deal with the consequences. Mozambique, but also Zimbabwe suffered incredibly. And yes, the United Nations has told us that we are already seeing many millions of climate refugees, counting as many as 25 million in 2019. And almost always those are poor people in developing countries fleeing droughts or escaping floods, as you see here. So while I agree that poor people might have other priorities than greenhouse gas emissions, there is still a very strong reason to focus on increasing the resilience of people in developing countries to deal with climate change. I'd also like to bring up air pollution. Air pollution is, of course, the #1 environmental issue that worries people in Seoul, in Korea, and indeed in cities like where we live. It is our diesel buses, the coal-fired power plants that affect our air quality. And you might think that if you're a person living in rural Cambodia or Ethiopia, maybe you're not so worried about that. It's true you're not worried about that kind of air pollution, but a very large share of the premature deaths, the 7 million premature deaths every year due to air pollution, come from indoor air pollution. And you might be surprised to learn that in countries like Cambodia, as much as 80 to 90% of people cook on charcoal fires that cause incredibly bad indoor air pollution. And yes, it is possible through ODA to give people either better cook stoves or to give them access to renewable energy. And when we speak about renewable energy, we usually focus on its impact to lower greenhouse gas emissions, but it also has a huge potential to reduce that indoor air pollution that poor people suffer from in the developing countries. So I'd like you to think about ODA and of climate smart ODA, not just as a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which indeed in the least developed countries where we work in are usually not that high to begin with, but to think of green ODA as a way to improve people's lives, fight poverty, and deal with those environmental or climate impacts that poor people suffer from. So what is ODA? And I'd like to just give you a bit of a perspective on the total numbers. Developed countries, OECD DAC members, have agreed a long time ago that they really ought to give at least 0.7% of their gross national income in ODA. Sadly, as you can see in this graph, the actual ODA percentage given by OECD DAC members has not gone up, it has gone down. That is the red line. It has gone down from 0.5% to an average of 0.3% today. The number in dollars has gone up, that's the blue line. And today we're talking about roughly $150 billion a year in ODA. If you know that the total amount of money mobilized for the green or for the recovery from COVID is about 10, 12 trillion dollars, you can also see that ODA is really a pretty small drop in the bucket that we provide to developing countries to deal with all their various challenges. Now, Republic of Korea's ODA, of course, it is still laudable that Korea has developed so quickly and joined OECD DAC about 10 years ago. Its ODA target was about 0.2% for 2020, but in reality, the actual percentage has been about 0.15. That makes Korea the 25th highest donor in the world, and in terms of dollars, it's the 15th largest. So it is a significant donor. The percentage is a bit lower than average and quite a bit lower than the official target. Now, what is green ODA? We talk about green ODA. There isn't really much of a formal definition of green ODA, but the OECD DAC, which is the official counter of how, if you like, green or how environmental ODA is, has been counting that since the early 90s. There was an environmental marker at that time. And in 1998, when we had the Rio conference, they added 4 more markers to deal with climate change, both mitigation and adaptation, biodiversity and diversification. But you have to realize that these 5 markers overlap in a big way, as you can see in this graph. So the amount of money going to the environment is often roughly the same money that goes to climate change, to biodiversity, etc. So yes, very much overlapping or intertwined, both in terms of the issues and in terms of the solutions. So how much money has gone to green ODA in the world? Roughly 1/3. So roughly $35 billion or 31% of all ODA is counted as relevant for the environment. A relatively small amount actually goes to the environment as a sector, something like 3.7%. A bit larger amount is counted as aid that has environment as a principal objective, 7.3%. And then there is a larger amount where environment is one of the significant objectives. So together, it adds up to about $35 billion a year. And likewise, similar sums for aid supporting climate come up to about 26% of all. And you have to remember a lot of that is overlapping with environment. Of course, there is a lot more climate finance going on. Much of it doesn't come from development aid, but an overall message that is very relevant for developing countries is that much of it is focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and a much smaller amount is focused on helping poor people in developing countries adapt to climate change. While many organizations say that we should have at least half of the money going to adaptation, in practice, it is more a much smaller percentage. Of course, the overall amount of climate finance, and the world has promised developing countries that it would provide about $100 billion a year in climate finance. Most of that comes from the private sector, as you can see here, but only a very small part of that overall climate finance, the little bits of red, focus on adaptation. The bulk of it focuses on reducing emissions. So if you're poor and live in a developing country, only a pretty small slice of that climate finance is really relevant to you in helping you adapt to those floods and droughts that I talked about earlier. Where does Korea fit in? Well, Korea, in the counting of the OECD DAC, committed about 10% of its bilateral aid, that is the aid not going to the UN, to environment. And that is about a third of the average of all DAC countries. So you can also see here, if KOICA would increase the total amount of its green ODA to about 15%, it would still only be half of the average. About 5% of Korea's ODA was focused on environmental issues as a principal objective, compared to 11% on average. For climate finance, the picture is even more skewed, if you like. Only about 7% of Korea's ODA was counted as climate change relevant versus an average of 26. That's only about, that is about 4 times less than the average. Korea's finance did distinguish itself by being more adaptation focused than mitigation focused. So that is a bit different than what you see for other donors. If we compare Korea, if Korea wants to be a leader, if it doesn't want to compare itself with the average, but with leading donors, others that have Green New Deals as a key objective, then you see that actually most of the countries in Europe provide more than 40% of their aid as Green ODA. And only the US is in a similar boat as Korea, only 7%, because a lot of the US development aid goes to rather different areas, if you like. That brings the average down as well. But if Korea wanted to compare itself with leading donors that provide a large share of their ODA as green ODA, then something like 40% would be a more, if you like, target in line with the rest. And if you look at the future, I think you can expect that in Europe particularly, where there is also a Green New Deal, the trend is to rapidly increasing green shares of ODA. The European Investment Bank, for instance, counts itself as a climate finance pioneer, and it had a target of about 35% of all of its financing to developing countries to go to climate finance. And you can see in this graph a little bit what the kind of subjects are that they finance. There is currently an active discussion in the EU on how much the future development aid in their next 7-year budget should go to green ODA. And much of the discussion is to increase the target for the EU ODA to 50%. So 50% of all EU's ODA to be green as climate and environment spending. And in an interesting discussion paper I found from a large number of development partners in Europe, arguing with the Commission how to green their ODA, they mentioned both this 50% target, but also targets that at least 85% should have a gender equality objective, and to make sure that in addition to targeting a specific share of the ODA as green, that there are also policies to prevent harmful spending. And that is relevant for Korea because until at least very recently, Korea had green ODA, but it also financed coal-fired power plants in a number of countries as one of the key financiers of such projects. Now, last year we learned that KEPCO, after it made its last commitment to finance a coal-fired power plant in Vietnam, will stop doing that. But it is indeed important to have policies to prevent harmful spending and to make sure that ODA also aligns with other international standards related to human rights, to social safeguards, and to criteria to exclude fossil fuels and environmentally harmful activities. So those would be three important trends or three important issues to discuss when we look at Korea's green ODA. Overall targets, policies to prevent harmful spending, and standards to make sure that the overall quality of the ODA is indeed green. Well, I hope I don't have to convince you that there are many opportunities to have effective ODA that is green. Many, in fact. I mean, virtually everything that GGI does indeed would qualify as green ODA. And we believe that right now there are excellent opportunities to increase renewable energy, work on energy storage, on e-mobility, on energy efficient buildings, on nature-based solutions, all of those areas that should grow in KOICA's portfolio. Probably most important when we look at the green recovery or Green New Deals is that, of course, every country like Korea itself is extremely interested in the jobs that can be provided through those projects. And the good news is that we've looked at that at GSGI for a number of years, and we've looked at countries from Fiji to Uganda to Cambodia and concluded that there are many green jobs that can be created through investments, ODA in sustainable agriculture, but also in green manufacturing and in a series of areas that are all relevant for ODA. In fact, last year we came out with a study that showed that if Mexico, Indonesia, or Rwanda, a very different country, would implement the NDCs that they have committed to the Paris Agreement, they would create millions of green jobs. In other words, implementing the NDCs for the Paris Agreement is indeed a key priority action that can help with the green recovery as well. That's probably the most important news. But when you think of renewable energy and you think of these large fields of solar panels, it's good to know that when we talk about least developed countries, you can actually do projects that work with small-scale renewable energy, such as this project in Fiji, where GGI and the government installed solar panels on off-grid little hotels that allowed those little hotels to have solar freezers, which changes the business of those little hotels so they don't have to cook food fresh every day, but they can indeed use fridges and freezers, which is a way to add value to their business. In other words, renewable energy is not just energy. Renewable energy also has many other productive uses. And in Africa, for instance, we look at many projects where renewable energy is combined with irrigation for solar-powered irrigation, which then also provides large numbers of green jobs. And we are very pleased that we have been able to convince quite a few of our partner donors to start funding green recovery projects, such as here in Senegal, that will focus on changing large pumps for irrigation from diesel or fossil fueled energy to solar energy, combined with climate smart agriculture, capacity building and training for small scale farmers. In other words, many opportunities for having green ODA that still focus on poverty, health, and other more traditional ODA targets, while being green, while increasing climate resilience of local communities. I think my time is about up, so I'll stop, but I wanted to share with you that we do have a very nice KOICA project along these lines in the Philippines, where we work with small-scale farmers to increase the value of their production in their calamansi, a bit like Jeju mandarins type citrus, and at the same time increasing their climate resilience and producing green jobs as part of the COVID recovery. Similar projects, particularly in nature-based areas. Korea has a very strong tradition in reforesting the country, and there are many opportunities to work with other countries. Here, a project I'm sharing in Peru, to work with small farmers, to turn those small farmers from people that cut the trees down to becoming the stewards of the forest, by helping them to have better livelihoods and at the same time become stewards of their environment and help with the environment rather than be a cause of environmental destruction. Overall, we see quite a few opportunities for Green New Deal ODA, and here are the 6 key areas that GGI is working on, from just transition and green employment to working with ministries of finance on specific monetary and fiscal tools, all the way to working on fostering green public procurement. I don't have much time to take you through all these, but this is just to say there are a number of options to work directly on Green New Deal ODA that is relevant for our partner countries, and GGI is undertaking this year such Green New Deal work in 12 of our member countries with funding, including from Korea, for support for GGI. And yes, we've had many of our member countries ask, a Green New Deal, is that just for Europe or maybe for the US if President Biden gets his way, or for Korea, or is it relevant for developing countries as well? We do believe Green New Deals are relevant for developing countries also, and we've come up with a model Green New Deal that would bring about green recovery, large numbers of green new jobs, and probably the only big difference between the Green New Deal in Korea and those in most developing countries is that we'd have a larger focus on natural capital investment, on restoration of forests, and on climate smart agriculture. That would provide the bulk of the jobs compared to countries like Korea or other emerging or industrialized economies. So thank you. My conclusions are that yes, we have a COVID pandemic, but also a sustainability crisis. And poor people in developing countries are especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change or air pollution. Korea's aid is not very green yet. Only some 10% supports the environment versus a much higher average, 40% for leading green ODA providers. And indeed, we hope that Korea could set a higher target. We learned that it is already planning to increase its target from 11 to 15%, but I would actually argue that it should be at least at 33%, that is the average for the DAC, or 40% if it wants to be a leading donor, or 50% if it wants to be in line with the EU and others who really focus on Green New Deal and net zero leadership. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Now, before we move to the next presentation, usually we have a photo session if in case we have a face-to-face meeting. But today, I'd like to have a screen session. And I know that some of the speakers may need to leave early than for another unavoidable situation. So now I want every speaker to turn on your video so that we can quickly have a group screenshot session before moving to the next presentation. So, okay, so everybody, would you want to turn on your video? Are we ready? All right, Secretariat, Organizing Committee, are you ready to take a shot? Once you finish the shot, let us know, okay? All right. Smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, Hyung, is that right? If so, raise your hands. Is it okay?
Yes, Professor.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to move to the next presentation by Barbara Buchner, Global Managing Director and Executive Director of the Climate Policy Initiative. Barbara, are you ready?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure being here. So let me also just try to share my screen. So let me take over here and share and slideshow and from the beginning. Okay, let me just see. Okay, whether that works. Great. Well, thank you so much, and good morning and good afternoon, good evening to everyone here. It's a true pleasure being with you today to discuss green financing. And again, let me thank so much to the organizers for inviting me here. I think this conversation today could not be happening at a more critical time, and I think we've heard that already from the previous speakers. What is very clear is that we live in times in which the COVID pandemic has laid bare the gaps in society and also the government's ability to address them in terms of social safety nets and big points in the economy impacting the world's most vulnerable. And I think Frank has done a very nice job in really kind of giving us an overview of where we are and what are some of the implications. Maybe just to add on that one, I think while COVID has terribly claimed so many lives, I think estimates from the experts around the world foresee that these numbers rise to the 100-fold over the next decade should the world continue post-COVID on a business as usual pathway that sees greenhouse gas emissions continue at their current level. So to build back, or as we say, to build forward better, we must ensure that climate action is embedded across recovery plans, which will be channeling billions into the economy in the coming years. And we've already heard from several speakers that Korea actually has been leading the way in Asia in green recovery with its Green New Deal, highlighting the critical role that investing in green can play in driving the economy and really trying to create jobs and boosting economic growth. But I think in parallel, ramping up green ODA commitments will be critical to support developing economies in parallel and really helping to achieve this green recovery. And again, I think the organizers have made a very nice job here in just basically putting me at this point of this conversation, because what I'm going to share with you in my presentation is really a little bit more on the broader picture of climate finance and showing you, how ODA sits within that and what are some of the opportunities. So now, very quickly, just about us, my organization, Climate Policy Initiative. We have been at the forefront of bringing forth both policy and financial solutions for a green recovery. And we have been founded in 2009 to help governments, businesses, and financial institutions drive economic growth while addressing climate change. And we are known basically as leaders in tracking sustainable investment trends, in identifying innovative business models, and supporting the solutions that can drive a transition towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy. I think what we bring is really our unique focus on finance and our ability to get the right people to the table, and also our analytical rigor. And our partners, our financiers, our policymakers, and our other people whose decisions have a huge impact on whether investment is low or high carbon. And our work has been used or been endorsed by a number of governments, including those of India, Brazil, Indonesia, Southern Africa, and also the G7 countries. So let me just very briefly give you an overview of basically what we have been detecting in our work at CPI. We have been tracking investments into climate actions since 2011, and the latest edition of our Global Landscape of Climate Finance report, which basically provides a comprehensive overview of climate-related primary investment on a global level. So what Frank has shown is kind of a subset of climate finance, which is mostly the ODA part is really focused on investments into emerging economies. But again, it's not kind of a full global picture of where money is flowing. And our most recent report has shown that annual tracked global climate finance in 2017 and 2018 has crossed for the first time the $500 billion mark, and that is good news. This is also reflecting steady increases in financing across nearly all types of investors. So just to make it a little bit more complicated here, let me share what we call our spaghetti graph, or the Sankey diagram, which provides a snapshot of finance flowing from the sources or intermediaries of climate finance on the very left-hand side through the mix of financial instruments being used, finally the types of activities being financed. And our most recent landscape found that annual flows rose to $574 billion US. And again, that is just in relationship a little to the 35 billion of green ODA that Frank has mentioned before. So 574 billion on average over the years of 2017 and 2018, representing a nearly 25 increase from the previous 2 years. And I'd like to just share 3 of the highlights of this work. The first, and again, this is why ODA is so important, and the public sector remains the engine behind the overall climate finance architecture. We found in our most recent update that 52% of climate finance flows are from public resources, including from the governments, development finance institutions, public funds, and state-owned enterprises. What also is important is the majority of the money was raised and spent in the same country, and that confirms the strong domestic preference of investors, which we have identified also in our previous year's landscape reports, but it also highlights the importance of domestic frameworks for attracting investment. And the third point, just I do want to make, and again, it comes a little bit back to what Frank said as well, is the vast majority of finance, actually 93% of all our financial flows that we can track at the moment, flows to mitigation activities. Adaptation finance at the moment that we can track, and again, there's also data gaps, but they stand at 5% only of the overall global finance that we can track that is really addressing climate action. And there are adaptation finances even at the risk of declining in the near term due to the impact of COVID-19 and also at the uneven vaccine rollout. So I think ODA is really critical to ensuring that financing adaptation in particularly highly climate vulnerable developing countries will continue. And again, these are countries that many of them face very high debt burdens as well and have limited fiscal space. So again, I think a real area where we need more action. Just very briefly, what I did want to share is looking at, again, specific actors across the landscape, is that public development banks will play a significant role in responding to the effects of the pandemic and in really helping to shift investment flows towards achieving the Paris Agreement and the SDGs more generally. We've seen in our work that they can also foster effective collaboration and the dialogue amongst market actors, amongst governments and regulators to promote a long-term carbon neutrality and also inclusive growth. So I'd like to share just a little bit of where we are today by looking at one example, which is the International Development Finance Club, the IDFC, which is a leading group of 26 national and regional development banks, including the Korea Development Bank. But these banks are from all over the world, and the majority are active in emerging markets. Together, the IDFC members are the largest provider of public development finance globally, with $4 trillion in combined assets and annual commitments averaging more than $600 billion in the past 5 years. And we've been helping them with periodically mapping the member institutions' green finance contributions. And again, just to give you a few highlights that you can see also on this slide here, is that IDFC members reported total green finance commitments of almost 200 billion in 2019, apologies. And that represents an almost 50% increase from the previous years, even though it's still a little bit below the high point that they have reached in 2017. Green finance commitments are representing about 25% of total new commitments reported by members. and they have consistently been really increasing over the last years. They're consistently representing more than 1/5 of total IDFC investment since 2015. And climate finance, which is a subset of the overall green finance, consisting really to all activities related to mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions and to adaptation to climate change, that accounted for about 95% of total green finance. And just a little bit more in terms of where the money goes from these development banks, where does it end up? And you can see on this slide here that the East Asia and the Pacific region again accounted for the largest share of commitments. That's at almost 70%, in accordance with the geographical distribution of total commitments and assets, and in line with the trends. Also on the global level, we've seen that IDFC member institutions committed 87%, so again, almost the high majority of green finance in their home countries. And again, I think this just shows the real importance of financial institutions in their own countries in order to ensure that there really is the right enabling environment, and really understanding that you know very well your own investment climate. But I do want to go a little bit away from the overarching picture of where we are to basically say that while it's obviously very positive that you can see in general increasing trends in climate finance over the last years, we are still falling far short of what is needed in order to achieve global climate and sustainable development goals. You can see here on this slide just a little bit the relations. We really need fast investment in order to keep global warming under the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. And just as two reference points of the needs, the IPCC suggests that we need between 1.6 and 3.8 trillion US dollars just in new climate investment for the supply side of the global energy system through 2015 if you want to keep within the 1.5 degrees target. And the Global Commission on Adaptation estimated an annual cost of 180 billion US dollars globally to adapt to the ongoing and future impacts of climate change. And again, that is in stark contrast to the 30 billion that we've been able to track up to now. But I think I want to bring it back to what Frank said before, really saying that the opportunity exists globally. Low carbon and resilient growth could deliver economic benefits of up to 26 trillion US dollars from now until 2013, and that's a conservative matter. So I think I would love very much to also kind of share with this group how we can really harness these opportunities, and then building off at some of the excellent examples and case studies that Frank has shared towards the end of his presentation. And just to show one example and one way in which we can increase global climate finance is through innovative business models and financing solutions that really scale private investment. Private investment is critical if you want to get to the scale needed. We all know that public investment alone will not be sufficient, and it's more important than ever to use public money and public capital most effectively to really unlock other pools of capital. And so one example of how to come up with innovative solutions that can attract private capital is an incubator or accelerators like one that we are running at CPI, which is the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance, which is a public-private initiative of experts in sustainable investment from governments, but also from development finance institutions, from investment banks, institutional investors, and other private sector institutions. And its goal is to unlock private investment in low carbon resilient development at scale. And it does so by crowdsourcing, by then developing and supporting the launch of new solutions that can tackle barriers in the market, and in this way really attract investment. And just very briefly, in a nutshell, what have we achieved through the lab? Since the lab started in 2014, we've developed and launched almost 50 financial instruments and business models that have mobilized almost 2.4 billion US dollars for concrete projects in emerging markets. And again, I think a few that Frank has mentioned before would fall under the types of models that we are trying to kind of develop and really help testing and piloting in order to get to scale hopefully. But maybe let me just to close, and I know I'm running out of time as well, circle back a little bit to my initial point on how to establish a green and resilient recovery. And I think I'd like to share 3 final points here with you, as you see on this slide here. I think the first point is that we're seeing very clearly that good policies lead the way. They're key to resourcing a sustainable and resilient recovery. So green fiscal policies like pricing carbon or reforming fossil fuel subsidies or procurement policies and green budgeting more generally can be an important element in the government's COVID-19 response toolkit. Why is that so? This is because such approaches really support countries in removing inefficiencies in public expenditures and raising additional revenue, which can be directed both towards immediate relief measures while also supporting medium to long-term sustainable recovery planning aligned with climate objectives. My second point is that it is clear in the wake of COVID, and I already said that we really need to use public finance even more wisely than ever before. With these competing demands on public finance and with rapid recovery needed, development financial institutions in particular have a major role to play. And we see that development banks and international financial institutions can help with strategy, they can support policy development, which is so important to attract investment, but they can deploy also a wide range of instruments to manage, to share, and to reduce risk, and they can convene relevant stakeholders and decision makers across the public and private sectors. And through these activities, they can greatly enhance what the private sector can do. So expanding their role in a post-COVID world is likely to be one of the cheapest and lowest risk ways to really get low-cost finance to the green recovery in climate action. And then my final point, I think I'd like to close with is we certainly, I think, need to think a little bit bigger and see how we can really reset the whole financial system. I think now with the shocks to the financial system and the real economy worldwide, which are much more clearly highlight that it is a time when we increasingly are seeing actors such as central banks and regulators also look to the next crisis, the climate crisis. So this is the moment where all financial institutions need to ultimately align their portfolios with a better future, a strong and inclusive, sustainable and a resilient future. And there is an urgent need to shift the entire financial system to better respond to and help reduce and manage both physical but also transition risks triggered by climate change, as well as to standardize some of the related disclosures. So I think just to close, I think we do have a real window to rebuild our world for a more inclusive, a more resilient, or more sustainable future, targeting both the short-term recovery and the long-term structural changes aligned with such a sustainable, inclusive growth, and also strengthening society's resilience. However, not doing so really would pose a significant threat not only to the sustainable recovery, but also the world as we know it, given the looming climate crisis. I think we are risking at the moment closing that window, and some of the figures that Frank has shared with us have shown how we are falling behind, and also how tiny that the share of green ODA is related to the over trillions that are being spent on recovery measures. But I do believe that together we still can make it happen. And for this reason, again, I'm very grateful to be part of this conversation today, and hope to continue this with all of you, and really think about ways in which we can really help accelerate change towards a better future. And I think with that, I'm going to stop here and hand back to you, Sujong. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. I always like to see the Euro landscape, the figure. It is really helpful for us to actually understand how we can trace the flow of the climate finance at the global level. Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Stefan Klingberg, Director of the UNDP's Whole Policy Center. Stefan, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Good morning, good evening, everybody, and thank you so much again, Professor Chong, for this close collaboration and the invitation to contribute to this important event. Next slide, please. So what I'm trying to cover is to discuss a bit with you why is Green ODA, Official Development Assistance, important? What does Green ODA mean? How have OECD countries responded so far to challenges of Green ODA? And how the Republic of Korea can respond to this specific challenge. And I think it's good that I have the opportunity to repeat some messages. Maybe sometimes the nuance might be also a bit different. So let's go to the next slide. And this is just a reminder to you. And we are very aware about the climate change challenges, but I think in times of COVID-19, we have this kind of competitive situation that we have multiple challenges. And I think it's really important also to repeat it to the development cooperation community that COVID-19 related fall in emissions will not lead to CO2 concentration. So this is so this kind of climate change challenge will remain. Limitations or the limitation to 1.50% is not impossible, but it requires fundamental changes. So development cooperation is part of this huge international effort, and we all know that we are not on track. And just to highlight one aspect, we know from a joint exercise between UNDP and Oxford University that the majority of people in the world believes that climate change is a global emergency. And I think this is maybe how today a bit the difference to the situation 5 or 10 years ago. So we have now really this kind of global understanding about the relevance of the climate change challenge. Next slide, please. This is just to indicate a bit the main rationale of why is the greening of development assistance necessary. Just a few main starting points. I think one is that sustainable development and climate change are closely interrelated. And I think what we are seeing, at least for the last few years, is that those different communities, the environment communities and the development cooperation communities are coming a bit closer together. But this kind of belief that those things are closely interrelated is really important. What is also important is to emphasize that from an economic perspective, it is very smart to address climate change. And I think we heard already a number of very illustrative examples in this regard, but this is also important for those ODA investments not in climate change, and also from an economic perspective, this is something what is very clever and smart. It is also very important to emphasize that we have a clear international commitment to address climate change challenges also via ODA. I think this is also something what needs to be re-emphasized. And last but not least, as a starting point for this kind of rationale why we need this greening of aid, climate change challenges exist to a large extent because of OECD countries, because of those providers of ODA. I think this is also quite important starting point. Next slide, please. This is just to indicate that ODA can be a quite significant enabler for green recovery. For climate action. I think we shouldn't overestimate what we can achieve with ODA. We heard already a number of illustrations that ODA is roughly $150 billion per year. This is something, but of course, this is not everything. But in this regard, for developing countries, ODA can be a quite significant enabler. For 2018, we know that around 26% of bilateral programmable ODA was addressing climate action. I think some of the speakers addressed this challenge already, that this is probably not a situation where we should relax, but where we need to continue to push. Let me emphasize one aspect which was implicitly mentioned, but what is really important, I think it's important to see some or a number of activities explicitly addressing climate action. But at the same time, this kind of approach needs to be mainstreamed. So all activities from ODA need to make sure that those activities are green ODA activities. Also, those activities which are not explicitly trying to address climate change challenges. Next slide, please. This is just one fundamental rationale behind this kind of thinking, that we need to mainstream green ODA, to mainstream climate action. As we all know, we have those 17 SDGs, and what we all understand is that we have those sometimes separate communities pushing for specific SDGs. And I think it's nothing wrong about, pushing for a specific objective, but at the same time, I'm a strong believer that we can only overcome main global challenges if we integrate our activities. So if we do not understand how to overcome, for example, social protection challenges and how to bring together those issues with governance challenges, I think it will be quite difficult to address climate change issues. So in this regard, I think what we from UNDP are pushing for, together with other actors, of course, is this kind of SDG integration approach, to make sure that everything will address climate change challenges, but also this kind of explicit approach. Thank you. Next slide. This is just to illustrate in how far G20 countries are addressing this kind of green recovery approach in the context of COVID-19. What you see here is those investments from G20 countries done until early February this year because of COVID-19. And what you can easily find out here is that the majority of investments, most investments, are brown investments from G20 countries. And I think this is the main risk, that we continue this kind of situation from pre-COVID, that we still do not pay sufficient attention for the climate change challenges. Next slide, please. This is just to highlight again what was already mentioned, that the Korean New Deal with the Green New Deal is something what is important. It's good to see that Korea is one of the front runners together with the European Union, but we also have at least some developing countries pushing very much this kind of Green New Deal approach. We just recently had a very interesting event with examples from the European Union, with examples from the Republic of Korea, but also with examples from Rwanda, so one of the low-income countries. But this kind of role model example coming also from Korea is something what is really very important. And the announcement of government from the end of last year to go for carbon neutrality by 2050 is, of course, supporting this very much. Next slide, please. And this is just to indicate a bit entry points, how the Republic of Korea can try to address or emphasize this kind of green ODA approach in the future. I think, first of all, when it comes to the bilateral ODA approach, there is some potential to increase just the share of green ODA, green ODA, to use the possibilities to mainstream climate change in all ODA engagements. I think this is probably the most important area. At the same time, we have multilateral cooperation supported by the Republic of Korea. And in this regard, we have a number of activities already ongoing where environmental international organizations are supported, or those activities of international organizations with a specific focus on climate change. This applies not at least to green platforms of multilateral development banks. And I would also emphasize here in this context the normative discourse and the role the Republic of Korea is playing and can play in the future, like this host role for the P4G summit at the end of May this year, a potential bid for the COP28 in 23. Those are really quite important opportunities for the Republic of Korea to show its own activities in this regard, but also to lead the way. Next slide. And yeah, this is just to emphasize that this kind of green growth approach of the Republic of Korea is, of course, the main influencer for the green ODA approach. And those things can really come together and provide this kind of synthesis approach that Korea's approach is also leading its own green ODA concept in the future. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the last speaker of this session, Dr. Rob Stowe of Harvard University. Rob, floor is yours, and then we're going to extend our session time a little bit more, so don't worry, you can speak as much as you want. Thank you very much. So Rob, floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung, for the invitation. I'm trying to share my screen, and I'm being told that it will stop the other screen sharing, which I assume is okay. Great. Thank you very much for the invitation, and also thanks to the co-hosting and organizing institutions and individuals for supporting this important conference as we begin implementing the Paris Agreement and continue to address climate change. I think the speakers before me have characterized green official development assistance more or less definitively, and I will not attempt to do more than that. I do want to look at building capacity for climate change policy in particular. And this builds on Barbara Buchner's first key ingredient on her last slide, right? Which was the importance of good policy. So I'm going to address assistance to emerging economies to build capacity for formulating and implementing public policy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions primarily. So in the climate change world, that means mitigation policy or reducing emissions. It's important to note that public policy, which more or less equals government action, is essential, if not sufficient, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions because climate change is a global commons problem. Now, I'm going to try to define that in 15 seconds, which is to say that there are damages that result from greenhouse gas emissions over decades and centuries, but the cost of those damages are not incorporated into the price of products and services produced by the emitters. Public policy internalizes those costs and provides an incentive to reduce emissions, and therefore public policy is absolutely essential, if not sufficient. Now, carbon pricing, which has been referenced by a couple of the speakers, is one cost-effective policy approach to reducing emissions, which means that through carbon taxes or emissions trading, governments can achieve particular emissions reduction goals at a less cost than through some other policies. Now I'm going to run through a few case studies, which I hope might engage our audience at what I'm looking at is a very late time and is late in the morning for you. These examples or case studies are not meant to be exclusive. And in fact, there may be examples from Korea, which I have not included because I am not an expert on Korea, and for that I apologize in advance. The Paris Agreement itself has two important institutional mandates for building capacity, in part to develop and implement good policy. There's the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. Now, policy is not mentioned in the Paris Agreement itself or the accompanying decision of the Conference of the Parties. However, the annual report of this mandate specifies that the PCCB is intended to bridge gaps between climate research and climate policy, and between climate policy and climate action. So this is one approach that the Paris Agreement itself puts forward. A second is the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency. And here, transparency in the language of the Paris Agreement, for those who may not be as familiar, means review, reporting, and before that, measurement of climate change emissions. Again, policy is not mentioned explicitly, but this Paris Agreement mandate is elsewhere specified as strengthening national institutions for transparency, related activities in line with national priorities. Now, there's another initiative which is related to the Paris Agreement, though not part of it per se, which is the Collaborative Instruments for Ambitious Climate Action Workstream. Now, that's a mouthful. It's a program of the UNFCCC Secretariat, where the UNFCCC is the parent treaty to the Paris Agreement, if you will, intended to help emerging economy governments understand, formulate, and implement carbon pricing policies. And it does build on the Paris Agreement, and its purpose is, in fact, to help national governments produce new nationally determined contributions which are more ambitious, in part through incorporating carbon pricing, where, of course, the nationally determined contributions are the pledges that each government makes to reduce its emissions. So it builds on Article 11 of the Paris Agreement, which in fact addresses capacity building specifically, and also the decision accompanying the Paris Agreement, where we recognize the important role of providing incentives for emissions reduction activities through public policy is tacit here, including tools such as domestic policies and carbon pricing, so not so tacit. A number of national governments have supported what is fondly known as SIACA, also the Asian Development Bank, ASEAN, World Bank. And the initiative has conducted 5 regional workshops to help, again, emerging economy governments build capacity for developing and formulating, in this case, carbon pricing policy. Still going in a second phase and trying to structure a third phase. This is the cover sheet of a presentation on one of the workshops. Another case study is the World Bank's Partnership for Market Implementation, more recently known as Partnership for Market Readiness. So we've moved beyond readiness to actually implementing policy. And this is intended to assist participant countries to design, pilot, and implement explicit carbon pricing instruments aligned with always domestic development priorities. Bilaterally, I'm going to just cite one country at the risk of leaving out many others that have done a great deal, but Germany's ZIZ has done a great deal bilaterally to help build capacity for carbon pricing policy in particular, but also climate change policy more generally. The Global Carbon Market Project, which has run for several years. And then specifically a longer running project, which has ended now, to help China develop its own emissions trading system, which has now finally launched on February 1st. So quite recently. I would love to talk more about China's ETS and the importance of that set of policies, but of course we don't have time. Some reflections on these case studies. I'd say that the above examples are suggestive of a gradual move towards what I'm calling green policy ODA. So building capacity for climate change policy generally, mitigation policy more specifically, and I think it was Barbara who said that mitigation policy is the overwhelmingly larger part of climate finance. Now, it shouldn't necessarily be that way because adaptation is very important also. But as a matter of fact, that's the case. And carbon pricing policy in particular. Now, green policy ODA is about governments learning, which is required before doing, and doing here is reducing emissions again. Action is based on knowledge. Green policy ODA is very important in helping countries, national governments learn about options that are consistent with their interests and goals for formulating and implementing policy to address climate change, including, of course, carbon pricing. The Paris Agreement, of course, itself is often criticized as not being ambitious enough. And this is true. If you sum up the nationally determined contributions in the Paris Agreement, they're not nearly enough to achieve the temperature and other goals that we need to feel that we can be safe. But I would argue that this misses the point of the Paris Agreement, which is largely a forum for learning about or building capacity for mitigation and adaptation policy. Now, also technical processes, such as measuring the emissions of greenhouse gases, right? But it is at least partly about building capacity for good, as Barbara said, the importance of good public policy. This is true in Article 11, which is capacity building, of course. Article 13, which is the so-called transparency article, reporting and review, which provides feedback cycles for national governments to learn about what policies work and which don't. And that may differ, of course, depending on the country. Article 4 is the mitigation article. And we know that national governments have to submit a new pledge every 5 years. And the idea is that they'll learn how to do that better and more ambitiously. From the review from Article 13, there's a feedback loop there too. Someone, I'm very sorry, talked about feedback loops prior to me. It was Stefan, and they are indeed important. Finally, Article 6, which we don't have time to discuss, but which is, roughly speaking, the carbon pricing article, is also structured in such a way that those who participate, this is voluntary, of course, those who participate voluntarily in Article 6 can learn how to reduce emissions in a more cost-effective way over time. So green policy ODA more generally can be viewed as a set of modes of learning to address climate change more effectively. I am including a screenshot of volume from a journal called Policy and Society, which is entitled Policy Learning and Policy Change, including in the environmental sphere. And if anyone wants the reference, I can send that to them. I hope this has been helpful to Korea, to the audience more generally. Thank you very much. My program.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for your presenting on the sort of the what are the main issues that we can share in general in the context of Paris Agreement implementation. There are important articles that we need to focus on in the context of the working together with the developing countries. Even if I would like to sum up the major points of this session, however, it seems like we are running out of time. So we will come back to these issues again in later sessions of today. Having said that, thank you very much for all the speakers in this session. All of your presentations are extremely helpful for the not only participants, also general audiences that are watching us actually on time here, to understand the issues. So having said that, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Now, Hae-yun, I'm turning on your microphone.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chung. And again, the same to all presenters for your valuable opinions on the global trends in Green ODA. With this, we now conclude the session 1 and directly move on to the session 2 without break. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session 2 on climate change, SDGs, and developing countries. Now, please welcome Professor Johan Son, Division of Environmental Science and Ecological Engineering of Korea University, with a big round of applause.
Hello. I'm Johan Son from Korea University. May I share the screen?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay. Can you see the screen now? Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. It is my great pleasure to speak today. My talk is about Korea's Central Asia forestry cooperation in terms of ODA project of Korea Forest Service and prospect. Contents, background, current ODA project, possible project, and finally, prospect. First, brief background. As you know, former Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, stressed the importance of a forest in climate change and other issues. Again, we see a very important aspect of forest in terms of environment, society, and economy, and also in terms of global agenda, such as SDGs or climate change through UNFCCC, CBD, and UNCCD, forestry is considered as an important sector. However, in Central Asia, land degradation by natural and artificial disturbances, including climate change, is rapidly occurring. As you understand, the Republic of Korea is one of only 4 countries that has a successful history of forest rehabilitation following the World War II by FAO. And Korea Forest Service has several green ODA, like forest rehabilitation project in Central Asia. So I would like to share those information with you and propose some prospect. You understand Central Asia through history and the current map. Previously, Humboldt, who was a German geologist, used the term Central Asia in 1843. During the Soviet Union, only 4 countries were considered as Central Asia, but nowadays we included one more, so 5 countries in Central Asia, including Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. I'd like to briefly mention the current kind of green ODA project in Central Asia through my experiences. First one is urban park in Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan. Korea Forest Service provided some fund to build a friendship forest in Astana. Now new name is Nur Sultan, as you know. About 1.2 hectare Korean traditional urban park was built using $1 million during 2016 and 2017. This is the picture of the gate of the park. And many interesting events are occurring in the park after the construction. I'd like to show you some video of the urban park. It's not huge, but it has a very interesting component of Korean traditional landscape and park. So many people in Astana enjoy using the urban park. And second one is vegetation introduction in the RRC area. You may heard about the RRC problem. And we planted more than 10,000 hectares in dried RRC bed using Saksaul. Saksaul is a quite unique vegetation, very tolerant to dry and salty area. We planted more than 3.8 million seedlings for 3 years. And also we included a training and education program together with the vegetation introduction. And also we had a small research and development component in the project. Show you some picture again. This is the picture of a dried RRC bed. No vegetation. It's more than 6 million hectares. It's a quite huge area, almost a whole forest land area in Korea. And then Korea Forest Service introduced vegetation in the area. And you see here some vegetation establishments, especially using Saksaul. They are very tolerant on dry and salty area like this. Quite a successful revegetation project in the RRC area. And also, we provided some fruit trees seedlings to local people to increase income source. And again, we trained staffs and technicians through training program, and also we did some research in the area and published quite many interesting and useful scientific findings through the project. And currently, Korea Forest Service is working with Tajikistan in forestry sector, two components. One is a saxaul plantation in dry area, and the other one is pistachio. Pistachio, you know, the fruit, and pistachio plantation for local people income source. In Tajikistan, they have quite large area of very dry area, especially border between Afghanistan. In southern part of the country, you see the very dry and barren land on the picture. And we plan to introduce a saxaul species in the area. Previously, quite a lot of people were living in the area, but the living condition became worse and many people left the area. So we tried to introduce saxaul species in the area. And also, we try to improve pistachio plantation using new techniques like grafting and cuttings, like photo on your right-hand side. We hope those projects will increase income source for local people. This project is on the way now. And then Korea Forest Service provided some funding for Greening Dryland Partnership Program. We had UNCCD COP10 meeting in Changwon several years ago, and Korea Forest Service donated $2.4 million for 11 countries, and especially 3 Central Asian countries had some funding for restoration of degraded land through UNCCD. And I'd like to propose some possible project in Central Asia using the name of Green ODA. I thought land use change and forest is very important in Central Asia, because again, land degradation is rapidly occurring in the area. So we could think of many projects related to land use change and forestry. As you see here in the picture, very steep slope and erosion is very common in the area. So we could design useful and interesting project related to LULUCF. You know, Central Asia is very dry. In other words, the water resource is very important, and also riparian vegetation along the river is very important. However, at this point, water resource management is not so systematic. So we could think of projects for the useful water resource management, and also constructing riparian vegetation. And another area is plantation on dry areas. Again, they have a huge dry area, and we needed to introduce vegetation on those areas using specific tolerant species. The other area is urban green space related project. Of course, they have urban forest, urban park, etc. However, they needed to be more wisely developed and managed. So urban green space is one area we can think of. And then forest recreation and ecotourism will be another area we can think as green ODA in Central Asia. And agroforestry, windbreak, and fruit trees will be another area we can consider in Central Asia. As you see here, this is the landscape near the airport of Almaty in Kazakhstan. You see a lot of flat area for crop production. However, they need good wind breaks to prevent wind damage for crops. This is a good windbreak construction, but in many cases, you don't have that. So we need to combine agriculture and forestry together for wise land use. And also we can use for economic fruit trees for local people income source. Again, we may use poplar trees, very fast growing tree species as a windbreak. And also we can think of many agroforestry related projects. Finally, some prospect. First of all, awareness. Especially policymakers should aware the importance of forest in sustainable development using green ODA. And I think more active collaboration on forestry through international organizations would be very useful and needed through GGGI or some other international organizations. And also, we need to have a strong financial and or technical support for green ODA in Central Asia. And especially sharing knowledge and experiences on forestry would be very useful. If I add a few more things, when we design green ODA, we may think of a comprehensive approach, not just one single component. We needed to combine several components together. And socio-economic aspects should be considered, and especially collaboration among sectors would be needed. And again, connection with the global agenda or issue is needed. And we need to set up long-term goals and target, and we consider generating income source through project. And also we needed to take balance between appropriate technology and advanced technology together. Of course, capacity building should be included. This is all I have. Thank you very much. It's in Russian, spasiba in Russian, and rahume in Kazakhstan. In other words, thank you very much. Yeah. That's all.
Thank you, Professor Son. Now, please give a round of applause as I invite Dr. Donggyun Park, Head of Forestry Program of CSD Lab.
Good morning and good evening. My name is Donggyun Park, and Professor Son introduced his experience in Central share with the Korea Forest Service. Now, I'm going to present our experience in Africa with the Quaker and GGGI and other agencies and UNDP. And topic is enhancing capacity to address climate change by focusing on forestry sector in Ethiopia. We work with Professor Jung. Next. And the real title is Capacity Building on Climate Change with a focus on forestry sector in Ethiopia for higher education sector. And its duration is, it started 18 January and end last year, 2020, for 3-year project. Next. Why we select and did in Ethiopia? Ethiopia's their NDCs has ambitious target, and most of their to achieve their NDC, they should reduce the carbon emission using forest by deforestation or sustainable forest management. So for Ethiopia, forestry sector is very important. Next. And today, Mr. Ambassador An mentioned about how to implement the NDC or reach the target, NDC target. And here is the one way, the REDD program, the plus, especially increase sequestration by afforestation and deforestation or sustainable forest management, or even Frank mentioned about the smart cook or others. So forestry can contribute to reach this NDC target. So that's why we selected the forestry program in Ethiopia. Next. See these, it shows the solution analysis and the situation in Ethiopia. They need some increased capacity of effective implementation of NDC. So we try to introducing these programs, increase the capacity to respond to climate change disaster and to identify new engines of green growth for Ethiopia. Next. So this project, the organization structure was a participating organization. The implementing agency is Korean University. In counterpart in Ethiopia is Hawassa University, with the support from the Ethiopian government. And here in Korean side, GGGI, UNDP, and CSD Lab, and other the agencies. Next. So the activities has 5 parts, especially for the education part. So we provide the curriculum development and improvement and provide some teaching materials. Also, we supply some lab training facilities and methodologies to measure carbon influx, and stakeholder workshops for university students and then professors and then decision makers in the environmental sector for the government. And also we organize side events in UNFCCC COPs. And next one. So especially this is the education program. So curriculum development and improvement. Our direction was delivered a variety of social scientific, rural scientific, and technical educational forms to faculty and students. And then under the themes of the global climate change reason, Paris Agreement, low emission climate resilient development strategies, and MRB, and also forestry program, UNRED, and also the Professor Son also the participate this project, and transfer of forest technology in Korea. So the Korea-Ethiopia cooperation in forestry sector and Korea's forest greenification and experience and transmission. So we hold some short-term training in Hawassa University and for the government officers in environmental Ministry of Environment. Okay, next. And also some teaching materials. In Ethiopia, there are not enough the books and some materials for teaching. So we provide some teaching materials, such as next. We developed 8 materials, teaching materials for their forestry sector educations. And for the MRB and Paris Agreement and Korean's experience for Green Korea and others. Next. And for lab training, they need usually how to measure the carbon influx or some other the experiment. So we provided the forestry equipments and also those the tools to measure carbon influxes. And then also we have some classes for how to use them in the field. Next one. And also the stakeholder workshops and 6 times. Next. And the 18 and the 19, we had the workshops in Addis Ababa and Hawassa, but this year, due to the COVID-19, we had online class and online lectures. Next. And side events, because this is very important to show and let the people in outside to know the Korean government is doing this and also what the achievement of this project. So, and so for the direction is diffusing the project achievements, and then the process was participate in UNFCCC COPs and then in Poland and Sweden, Spain, and also the some kind of education class in the COP. Next. So this indication shows the achievement of our project. 66 improvement course development and some 8 teaching materials, and then more than around 10 pieces of laboratory equipment, and also those 2 side events. So the output was really good. Next one. But starting with this first phase is 3 years, is incubating process. So climate diplomacy focused and supporting from the COICA. And now this is a second stage as a piloting phase, implementing pilot activities. The US $12 million COICA project is now processing. And also we wish the other one is Korea Forest Service is introducing the PFI and P4G and in Ethiopia. We hope this project support the Ethiopia's green country. And after this, the second phase, we really hope this third phase, introducing new full-scale implementation project. It's not the project level, but some jurisdictional level or country level with the support from the Green Climate Fund. Next. This is the theory of change. This the concept note. Next. Main idea is forest conservation and restoration is implemented on 13,000 hectares of degraded land. This is important. And next one. You see the previous speakers mentioned that the portion of the Korea Green ODA is not sufficient or behind the OECD average. So these 2 projects maybe complements those behind this OECD average in Green ODA. But my conclusion is, in the case of SDGs in Korea, KOICA focused on the people, planet, prosperity, peace, for peace. And then they are developing global cooperation system, emphasizing the economy, society, especially the environment and the people in the big frame of partnership with UNDP, GGGI, or Korea Forest Service, or the civilian societies. In particular, forests must play a pivotal role in achieving environmental goals. For the short-term countermeasures to overcome the COVID-19 outbreak and the Green New Deal, I believe that KOICA should actively promote support in the environment sector, especially in the forestry sector in Africa and South Africa and Mongolia and various regions of Central and South Asia. In this process, we can achieve the OECD's green ODA markers, or we can improve our green ODA the portion to meet the OECD average or OECD target. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for your insightful presentation. Now, I would like to introduce a special guest, Mr. Byung-gi An, Director of International Cooperation Division of Korea Forest Service, with a big welcome.
Yeah, how are you doing, everybody? All of the distinguished participants. My name is Byung-gi An. I'm the Director of International Cooperation Division of the Korea Forest Service. Yeah, so I'm gonna show up my PPT material. Yeah, from the beginning, please. Okay, so I'm going to explain a little bit about some green ODA in forestry sector, just like other previous two researchers. So how it has been made in Korea. So you are facing the multiple layers of threat. First one is the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic. But behind of this COVID-19 pandemic, the economic recession, but the biggest threat is the climate crisis, also biodiversity collapse. So it is the one of the cartoon about some background of the climate change. So basically, this climate crisis has been resulted from human activity, maybe human beings, their existence, human beings themselves. It makes it really difficult to address the climate change. There will be a COP26 UNFCCC this coming November. So I also wish the COP 2016 will provide some solution to deal with the climate change. And last year, Korean government also has pledged the net zero carbon neutrality as far as 2050. So my content is, first one is some background of some forestry restoration, the history in Korea. And second chapter is ODA. And third one is really particular one. That's REDD. It is somewhat different from the ODA, but it's a very crucial methodology to tackle the climate change, especially the deforestation problem, especially in tropical area. So let's look at some background of the Korean history. So those are the message of the global leader. So what we need these days is solidarity. There was the message from the Secretary General of the United Nations. And Pope Francis has said, when there was the Earth Day last year, God always forgives. People sometimes forgives, but nature never forgives. That was the very meaningful message from the Pope. And our President Moon also says, when our neighbors are in pain, we also feel pain. It was the situation of Korea in 1950s and 1960s after the Korean War. Almost the entire the Korean the forest has been destructed. So we started from nothing. There was the downtown's landscape. But look at the Inwang Mountain. There was a totally degraded land in 1950s. There was a very common landscape in 1960s and 70s. So we started our whole country level, reforestation campaign from 1973, and we have planted more than 10 billion trees so far. So how was it possible? The strong leadership, and we had our own agency taking care of this reforestation and people's participation. And Korean economy itself has been developed here. It's the outline of Korea Forest Service. About 1,800 people are working, and we are managing 22 national acts. And our annual budget is about $2.1 billion. So when you look at this diagram, shows Republic of Korea has made most successful reforestation for last 25 years, from 1990s until 2015. So Professor Son already has mentioned there are 3-4 countries which have made very successful reforestation. So Korea is really one of the most remarkable cases. So when you look at some growing stocks increase for 25 years, Korea is really number one among 37 OECD countries and G20 countries. But when you look at some nominal amount of the growing stock, Korea is number 3. Slovenia and Poland, former, the Soviet the countries. After the 1990s, Slovenia and Poland also have made really the great achievement. Next chapter, some ODA in forestry sector. So Korea Forest Service, we are doing the more than 10, ODA projects in developing countries. Most of them are Asian countries, but nowadays we are expanding our collaboration with African countries. As Dr. Park has mentioned, Ethiopia and DR Congo. And we have a lot of some international organization partners. For example, AFOCO, FAO, UNCCD, CAPI, PPOG, and a lot of other international organizations. Let's look at some ODA budget standing. There are some core ministries. These agencies are leading the ODA. That's the Export and Import Bank of Korea, EDCF, and KOICA, and Bank of Korea, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Ministry of Economy and Finance. Those are the central role of the ODA. And in Korea, it's really some distinguished character of the Korean ODA policy, because all of the central ministries, respectively, they also can start their own ODA project. So let's look at some other sector. Number 1 is Ministry of Agriculture. Number 2 is Education. Number 3 is Health and Welfare. And then number 4 is Trade. And then number 5 is Personal Management. And number 6, that's the Rural Development. So Korea Forest Service is number 8 among each sector's ministry. So in 2018, our direct ODA was about $12 million. But actually, we are managing more than 2 times, because we are doing not only direct ODA, but also other methodology. For example, REDD, such a thing. So this year, 2021, we are managing $40 million ODA as direct ODA, and some more the financial research for another project. So those are some of our examples. Working with the other international organizations, for example, with the FAO, Forest Landscape Restoration Mechanism. Now it has become about 7 years. And CBD, we also have other, the collaboration project. FERI, that's Forest Ecosystem Restoration Initiative. And we are also managing 2 different initiatives with UNCCD. That's a Changwon Initiative and Peace Forest Initiative. Also, we are working with the coffee, that's the Central African Forest Initiative, and Pipoji. And AFOCO, that's the biggest outcome. We have been working with it started from the ASEAN country, but now it became more than ASEAN country. And officially from the 2018, AFOCO, ASEAN Forest Cooperation Organization, has officially launched. And now we have the 15 member country, including Republic of Korea. And we are working with the coffee Central African Forest Initiative. Those are some programs to make the regeneration of some Congo Basin area, the forestry sector. So we are working with some 6 European countries. So Korea is the only non-European Union participant as donor country. So we are investing our money and technology for 6 Central African countries. For example, DR Congo and Gabon and Republic of Korea, Congo and other countries. So Korea is really special in forestry sector because we have our legacy and we are very strong in forest-based welfare, policy and activity and service. And we are making really great amount of international contribution to Asian country by AFOCO and to African country by coffee. And we are trying to maximize forestry sector's contribution to attain NDC until 2030 and net zero until 2050. Let's take a look at the REDD. It's pretty new, probably the outside of forestry sector. When you look at the Paris Agreement, Article 5 is dealing with the concept of the REDD. What does REDD stand for? Reducing emissions from the deforestation and land degradation in developing countries, and some more activities to strengthen the forestry resources. So when you look at this diagram of REDD, a lot of developing countries, forest became the emission factor because of deforestation and forest fire. So when you look at the graph, that emission is steadily increasing. Once we started the REDD program, if it curved down, then it means that is the outcome of the REDD program. So Korea Forest Service has been doing the 4 pilot projects in Indonesia, Cambodia, and Myanmar, and Laos, and we are delivering these outcomes to the voluntary carbon market located in United States. And in case of the Cambodia, we already have attained some carbon credit in voluntary market. So we're going to start our, some, sub-country level, REDD project in DR Congo from this year. And our, destination is Haut-Uele province. That is the northeastern province of the DR Congo. So we're going to start our REDD project, which is, supported from the COICA, and UNDP will be working with us as the implementing agency. As a matter of fact, DR Congo is really great destination of the REDD. So there are 3 projects made by UNDP and 2 projects made by FAO and 2 projects by World Bank and 1 project from JICA. So let's look at the Green Climate Fund located in Songdo, Korea, G-SHAPE. So G-SHAPE, when you look at the G-SHAPE, they are investing their financial resources to 8 strategic result area. And forestry sector is related with the 8th one, forest and land, and 3rd one, ecosystem service. And forestry sector is the really biggest one, providing from the green climate, the fund, more than, now 1 billion, more than 1 billion from the public sector. And G-SHAPE has approved 8 REDD projects on the basis of result-based payments from Brazil to Costa Rica. And totally these 8 countries combined with these eight, the project, as much as about the 500 million US dollar. That's the GCF's concern and support to the REDD. And apart from the GCF, World Bank also has been supporting REDD. They have their own program named Forest Carbon Partnership Facility. And they are supporting two different types. First one is Readiness Fund, about almost 500 million US dollar. So they have been supporting 47 countries to start the REDD, and Carbon Fund, that's in field activity. 18 countries already have some ongoing project, and they are trying to start field level REDD project. Let's look at the voluntary market. As I have mentioned, Korea Forest Service has been making use of the voluntary market for the pilot project or the REDD. And when you look at the voluntary market, REDD is the biggest sector. So it means the REDD has really big potential to address the climate change, because LULUCF is about 20-30% when you look at the entire globe's greenhouse gas emission. Let's look at our next schedule. Probably next year, May 2020, the Korea Forest Service and FAO will be hosting the World Forestry Congress. That's every 6-year event and biggest event to invite all of the forestry experts and researchers. And the World Forestry Congress will be really record-breaking event, because this year, 2021, there will be a COP26 of the UNFCCC, and CBD will also hold the COP15. So all of the result of these two remarkable events will be delivered to World Forestry Congress next year. So please be concerned and interested in forestry sector to deal with the green ODA and climate crisis to attain the NDC and carbon neutral society. Thank you.
Thank you, Director An. Next, please welcome Professor Chung, Division of International Studies of Korea University.
Thank you, Hae-yoon, for your introduction. Let me just share the screen before I start my presentation. So I assume that everybody can see my screen. We are at 12:30 Seoul time, and I know that participants in the East Coast of the United States, it's getting very late. Thank you very much for your indulgence in still sitting in your room to participate in this conference. My presentation has some purposes. Number one, as an organizer of this conference today, I know that we have many presentations and we have several sessions. So I thought that it'll be good for me to provide some sort of the time to wrap up some of the major findings that we could share from the opening session and first and second sessions. In opening sessions, we heard about the general visions of the distinguished speakers. In the first session, I personally really liked it. We heard the different aspect of the global trends in the Green ODA, from the issues on governance, and then perspectives from the GGGI and the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, who equally indicated that Korea needs to be a little bit more active in the enhancing its role in the Green ODA, especially climate change. And then we also had a very good presentation by Barbara, who put the sort of the inputs on the issues related to climate finance. And then finally, Rob Stowe from Harvard, he helped us better understand why Green ODA is important in the context of the Paris Agreement. In the session 2, where we are now, then you may have noticed that we heard about the specific Korean cases, mainly focusing on forest sector. And then now, what I would like to do, I want to, as I said, sort of draw some of the general implications from these sessions. At the same time, I personally had my own thoughts on what Korea needs to do. So this is going to be my presentation. I only have 3 slides because we are running out of time. I'm going to go through each slide very quickly, but I will be critical in the pinpointing out some of the major elements that the Korean society, not only the government, also other stakeholders in Korea, together with the international players, can consider. So I'm sorry for the international people. I put 2 different things. The first one that you can see my photo is a capture of the small newspaper opt-out article that I wrote last year in July. 2020 July, as you can see in the right hand side of my slide, it was the very important time for Korea in the context of the Green ODA, because this is a time when Korean government announced the Green New Deal policy. So my article was that, okay, I looked at the very details of the Green New Deal policy, including the government budget plans approved by the National Assembly, that's Korean Congress. And then at the point, I personally couldn't avoid expressing my feeling that I'm very sorry about this plan, because I couldn't see I only could see very, almost none about the international cooperation aspect of the Green New Deal policy. So that has led me to write this article, where I emphasize that Korea used to be a global trading country. So being engaged in trade policies that helped Korea actually to grow for such a short period of time. And then even in the context of Green ODA, of course, it's very, important for Korea to focus on domestic affairs. However, if we want to be a little bit more critical about creating jobs, that's one of the main purposes of Green New Deal, then I think domestic market of Korea is too small. As a trading country, Korea needs to be international. I understand that the European Union, for instance, when they announced the Green New Deal policy of their own, that they emphasized that, okay, we're going to focus on the creating jobs within the EU. I understand that. And then that's important, because EU itself can be a large enough the market to create enough jobs for people of EU. However, in case of Korea, if we want to create the Green New Deal related jobs, we need to focus on not only Korea, but also international, not necessarily market though, international society as a whole. It could be developed countries like the United States, or it could be developing countries. If we want to work on developing countries, that is related to Green ODA. However, at the time, once again, I was hoping that, okay, this is just the announcement today. So I do hope that I want to see that, Korean government can come up with another, plan actually to talk about how to engage with developing countries. Here we go. Around the end of, last year, then we start to see the term of the Green ODA in the Korean society. Anyway, and then on the right-hand side of my slide, there is another term, such as the net zero policy, which is very, very important. As we all know, that the net zero policy, Korea aims at achieving this goal by 2050. That's a long-term policy. This initiative started to happen after the Paris Agreement in 2015, actually. And then Korea, actively joined this initiative. I welcome the President Moon's, announcement on this policy. So in order to meet the target under the net zero policy, if you take a look at the Korean emission reduction target, then it says that by 2030, Korea needs to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 37%. Among the 37%, 4.5%, initially it was 11.3, but it has been reduced to 4.5%, needs to be reduced by using international market mechanism. That's what Rob Stowe says, Article 6. So then naturally, you can see even in my slide that international market mechanism or Article 6 related issues will be critical. And then in this 4.5 portion, there is a one specific sector mentioned, that's forestry. That's why I think Korea Forestry Service and then experts who talked about the forest issues this morning are important to consider. And then if we want to understand the Korean ODA, Green ODA policy in the near future, there are two more important elements specifically important to Korea. There's two new policy. One is a new northern policy. Second, new southern policy. New northern policy includes the sort of the northern part of the Asia. Some of the countries were mentioned by Professor Sun's presentation. It can also include Mongolia. So, you know, these are the important partners, not only for the ODA purpose, but the geopolitical purpose for Korea in general. And there is another group of the countries which are important for Korea. They are Southeast Asian countries. So new southern policy, actually in the context of ODA, targets at these country group as well. So these 5 elements actually drove our attention to put the more emphasis on the Green ODA of Republic of Korea. And then I think before I move to the next slide, I think you can agree with me on this. You know, Green ODA, of course, should be very, very important. Number one. Number two, it should be aligned with Korean domestic policies in general, of course. Number three, it needs to be also aligned with international trends, right? I think we need to consider that 3 points. Then what should we do? That's the next slide. So I try to be, you know, simple to put many different things all together. The first point in the Green ODA, it's a self-explanatory. If you have been listening to the previous presentations today, climate change is very, very important, right? In climate, as Frank pointed out, somehow Korea tend to focus on the adaptation, I would say too much. So at least we need to balance between mitigation and adaptation. When I looked at the previous, you know, big size of the Korean ODAs, which could be called as ones to relate to the climate change, most of them were too much adaptation focused. There were used to very little mitigation. But if we understand the Paris Agreement, if you understand the Green New Deal policy in general, if we understand the net zero policy, what it means, then Korea must increase the portion of the mitigation. By the way, Korea must increase the portion of climate change in general among its ODA portfolio, okay? And then areas of the focus within the climate, which could include forestry, especially if you are interested in working with less developing countries, forestry is the leading sector. And renewables are getting more important. And then if we go to actually developing countries, so you will realize that, as Luis mentioned, that good governance is very, very important. And then even if they want to actually implement the good policies, they don't know what to do, because in many cases, they don't have sufficient institutions available in the public sector, not even before going to the private sector. That's why Barbara mentioned that maybe in climate finance, at least at this time, the public sector, public finance seems to be very, very important. I understand that once institutions would be set up, then the private investor will come inside naturally. But there are more needs for public sectors to play in by strengthening the institutions' governance structure in developing countries. I know this, not necessarily based on theory only, but also based on my personal experiences, even the interviewing, meeting, and then exchanging views with government officers of the several developing countries. Of course, climate is not the only one. In the context of Green ODA, circular economy has become more important than before, especially in the context of Green ODA. That's the true with the European Green New Deal. When I looked at President Biden's climate policy in general, I see that smell embedded in the US as well. And then that's true if you are interested in microplastic or plastic wastes, and then this is about the circular economy. Marine environment has not been emphasized as much as it was supposed to be in general, not necessarily in Korea, but in general in the society of the world. But if you think about the climate, ultimately the decisive sector to decide global climate system is ocean, right? But ocean is too big for us to work on. Maybe that's why, but it's time for Korea to have a more interesting marine environment. If you're interested in not only mangrove, but marine conservation and others, I think the marine environment should be added to the list of the Green ODA in Korea. So it used to be, if we take a look at the previous portfolio of the Green ODA related project of the Green related ODA in Korea, then they used to focus on project activity level. But if we are interested in governance and then institutions and some other capacity building related matters, readiness, capacity building, and even, do you know what? Public awareness is very important. As Rob said that carbon pricing is important, but as far as I understand, most of the developing countries, they either don't understand the concept of Article 6, or even they don't understand the benefits of carbon pricing. They only think, they would assume that, well, this is another form of eco-imperialism. So there is certainly needs to enhance the public awareness in general. Here, public could mean their government sector as well. So in general, that's very, very important, because all these new forms of the climate change related ODA activities or elements are new to everybody, not to only developing countries, also to Korea, also to other developed countries as well, simply because Paris Agreement was adopted in 2015. This is a new climate change regime. This is not a continuous climate change regime. It's a completely new. So it's not that long time ago. And then finally, it's time for us to focus on not only subnational, and then Dr. Park mentioned about the necessary to focus on the national level of the activities. I also would like to add one more. Regional level of the support needs to be given. Actually, many of the environment and climate change, especially, are transnational. And then if your ODA scheme is supposed to support only one target country, not several countries at the same time, sometimes you might lose some important points actually to address climate change problem. So in the sense that I would hope that the Korean ODA policy, Green ODA policy, even ODA policy in general, could include some of the possibilities to support, not many though, but critical regional level. In other words, transnational level of the activities by several countries at the same time. If we think about, for instance, a super grid or creating a Northeast Asian carbon market, I'm sure that you agree with me, immediately on this. And then this is my last slide. So what should you do? I just provide some of my thoughts to improve Korean green ODA policy. That's for the government, and then ODA agencies in general. And then what can we do? Those who are in this room, also those who are watching our conference today, what can we do in general? To make a long story short, I think that green ODA diplomacy is critical. Here, what do we mean by the green ODA diplomacy? I try to say it means development of the green partnership. And what can we do? First of all, between country and country, right? Because ODA is about helping or working together with a developing country, right? And I was indicating not only working with a developing country, we need to work with some developing countries too. But anyway, that's about the ODA. So here, if you understand the Korean climate change, strategy, then especially in the context of Article 6, if you read Article 6 text of the Paris Agreement, this is the only article which promotes the cooperation between or among the countries. So we can design this cooperation beyond the issues of the carbon pricing, though. It must include the carbon pricing, but it is not all about the carbon pricing. We can include more. So in this context, Korean government, we all know that is ready to utilize so-called climate change cooperation agreement to make this complicated concept easy for you to understand. It's about, say, FTA agreement in the climate area by Korea and the partner country. Then it's easy for you to understand, right? So please actively use this framework in general whenever we develop the green ODA policy by the Republic of Korea. That's for the government. Second, develop multilateral partnership such as a Korea Green Initiative for All. So I'm proposing this partnership should be driven by the government or public sector in general. So ODA, considering the importance of ODA, we understand that even if Korea would increase its budget to support ODA, as Frank and Stefan suggested, still it's not enough. So in that case, Korea must find the partners who would be willing to share the resources together with Korea. And that this can be done not only between or among the governments, but also including international organizations, right? Because these are the main players in the working together with the government. ODA is it should be implemented by the government, right? So we need to have that. Third point, that's for us. That's not enough. We need more. What can we do? We need to have another forum which could provide expertise and experiences, sometimes a mediated role between the governments or critical players, okay? It doesn't have to be policy per se, but closely working with the policy circle. And then in our area of the work, we call it as 1.5 track, including some government players, and then those who are doing research or advocacy activities or some related things, related to government activities, right? Like today's conference, we invited, government officers, right? And then the global think tanks, international organizations, universities, and others, right? In that sense, this kind of conference can be a transfer into sort of the 1.5 track, the partnership forum, where we can form a regular dialogue and to provide some inputs to the circle. Oh, okay, so this is the end of my presentation. I do hope that I provided some of the summaries for the discussions that we had. I spent more time than I initially planned. I'm sorry for that, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chung. Please give another big applause to all the presenters for their insightful analysis on the different approaches to climate change. With this, we conclude. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin session 3 on the role of universities in Green ODA. First, please welcome Ms. Gerzina Pawlawska, Acting Director of Sustainability Development and Public Health Department at Asia Europe Foundation.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share the screen. I would like to thank everybody for the possibility to speak and share a little bit about what we have been doing in Asia Europe Foundation. We are not university per se. We are the international organization that has been founded in 1997. However, our mandate is very special because we are meant to connect what are the opinions of civil society, formulated, and then further on deliver it to the Assam governments. So this is our mandate. We do work with 51 countries, where we also include European Union and Assam Secretariat in our constituency. In general, our main objective is to promote understanding between Asians and Europeans, enable exchanges, and organize different projects. So what I would like to share with you is the focus that we are having on education and capacity building projects. And I believe this is why we have this opportunity to share with you what we have been working so far. We do this regarding environment under the umbrella of Asia Europe Environment Forum. And Asia Europe Environment Forum is a consortium of a couple of organizations, including Asia Europe Foundation, Hans Seidel Foundation, Assam SMEs Eco-Innovation Center. This is the organization that is based in Korea for this, maybe this is interesting for this specific audience, Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, and Stockholm Environment Institute for the special arrangement with Swedish government. What we are aiming at is research, knowledge exchange, and capacity building. And the issues, or rather the approach that we have behind those three pillars, are mostly focusing on peer-to-peer exchange, which means we do try to provide platform for dialogue without bias that allows people to share their knowledge and expertise. In general, what we have been working quite strongly since Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda implementation is focusing on governance, climate change, financing, as well as implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Moreover, there is also the issues of that we have been working on that is related to circular economy and the SDG 12, where we were looking into sustainable consumption and production, and further on specifically into garments and plastics industry. We are involved in knowledge exchange activities where we organize conferences. We do contribute to other conferences. Next week, there will be United Nations Sustainable Development Office in Korea as well, Transition Forum, that will be looking also in SDGs implementation, that we are knowledge partner. And then we are very strongly cooperating with Professor Suyong during climate change conference. We do focus on capacity building, specifically looking at ASEAN region. And in general, we in principle are trying to bridge different points of view, but also different topics. which is we are looking at circular economy and climate change, looking into plastics and climate change. And given the ongoing pandemic situation, we are going online, and then we will be working on online workshops. And coming to the main focus of today's conference, I would like to speak a little bit about green financing in Asia and Europe, and then spend some time to share with you what we have been working so far and what are our ideas for the next projects. So ASEF has been working on issue of financing sustainable development goals, where we were looking, among other things, very closely at the ODA commitments of different countries. And when we were looking at that, despite overall opinion about the lack of funding for the green initiatives, we have discovered that there's actually a lot of untapped resources, and one of them is ODA, and it still seems to be that it is one of the crucial source of development financing. However, there would be a huge difference if the ODA donors actually would fulfill their commitments. I know that there has been, in general, very positive outlook when we were looking at green ODA and we were talking about the commitment of different governments. However, not all the countries are actually working on deliver what they promised. So this is something that I believe might be overlooked with the ongoing situation related to pandemic, as well as the challenges that governments are facing. So like the main issue is related with the fact that in order to make the green financing work, and in general ODA financing work, it would make a tremendous difference if the countries would actually fulfill their commitments. Moreover, there is a very big gap between available investment and total investment needs. And then in general, this can be remedied. We have looked at a couple of initiatives. So in general, if ODA is used as the catalyst, and then it can be paired with private funding, and namely involvement of businesses or different types of public-private partnerships, this can really help to move the 2030 agenda forward. Moreover, there is now we have seen the trend towards making ODA funding used to fight pandemic and invest in recovery, which creates an opportunity to green the economy. And in general, this has been something that ASEF has been working very strongly on, which is focusing on circular economy and greening supply chains. And what I would like to bring to this discussion is related with the fact that when we are discussing about how, sometimes we forget what is the focus. And one point that we are looking into is related with innovation and product design that is partly connected with extended producer's responsibility. So basically, when we are looking at the innovation and product design, very often there is no regulation of any kind in the countries, which includes creating products, productions, manufacturing, and the whole supply chain. There is not really a consistent or any type of policy that is binding producers or innovators to think through the whole product design, which means very often, and the example can be related with the electric cars, when you have wonderful idea to green transportation, and then you create batteries, and then you create green cars that are really really popular nowadays, and everybody seems to believe that it will really transform the economy. And then in the end of the day, nobody really thought through what to do with the batteries after their product life is over. Because in the design and in the whole approach toward making new products, there was no obligation there was no, I might even say there was no consistent approach towards the fact, okay, what do we do with these batteries afterwards? Like, can we recycle them? And then the similar thing is related with plastic. I mean, ASEF is now about to publish the research when we were looking in 51 countries at the different types of plastic initiatives, what countries are doing, what is happening on the national level, how much it is connected to the policy. And sadly enough, most of the business-related plastic initiatives are not connected with the issues related to thinking what to do with the plastic afterwards. There is a lot of initiatives that are looking into recycling, and then there is overall challenge related with waste management. However, it's really tricky to look at the things that are looking beyond that, which is related with product design. Like this reflection, like, do we actually need to have plastic at all in these products or in the supply chain? Then we have also looked into extended producer responsibility. Many countries are now looking into introducing laws, but this is still quite diverse. And I think at the moment it's too early for me to really elaborate on that, what would be the extent of the changes. But I think in general, bringing this to this whole discussion about green ODA and how countries are shaping their foreign investment, that would be also very, very useful. And another thing that it is so-called low-hanging fruit is green procurement. So when we look at 51 ASEM countries, we have noticed that most of the countries have some kind of green procurement arrangements. However, there is no common definition. And then I think this is also something that has been mentioned before, that international cooperation on making some kind of standard that would look into what does green procurement mean and introducing it internationally could really make a significant change in how the recovery is going on and in general in greening the economy. And we will work on those topics more, and then we will have the next Asia-Europe Environment Forum conference in November this year. So I would like to encourage you to also share with me if you have been working on those topics and this is something that you would like to share. Our mission in general is to collect this type of information and then serve as a forum that can connect different points of view. And that would be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plavska, for your presentation. Next, let me introduce Dr. Ruben Rwowski, Chief Natural Resource Economist at Environmental Defense Fund.
Thank you, everyone. I will share my screen. That's working. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Professor Chung, and to all the organizers for the invitation. I want to talk about an initiative that we are helping to launch called the Green Gigaton Challenge, which is a public-private partnership to try to catalyze financing for 1 billion tons a year of high-quality emission reductions from protecting tropical forests. And I think this is an example of an initiative that I think helps to bring together some of the themes we heard today around the importance of forests, the importance of the Paris Agreement, but I think also critically the importance of using ODA in a way that can really catalyze other sources of finance, particularly private finance. So we heard that from Barbara Buchner, we heard that from Gina Pulowski right now. So I want to talk about how ODA, using this example, can really help scale up impact in various ways. One is by catalyzing private finance, also by using results-based payments. So I will talk about that. That's something we've touched on, but I want to go into more detail, and also how these results-based payments can apply at large scales So the level of entire countries or large subnational jurisdictions like states within a country. And I think through all these ways, through results-based payments, through large-scale programs, and by leveraging both public and private finance, we can have much bigger scale of impact that we need to protect forests and make a meaningful improvement for the climate. So the Green Gigaton Challenge is an initiative that's actually being launched actually tomorrow in the US time at the UN Environment Assembly, it's a partnership of the United Nations REDD program, which is the UNDP, UN Environment Program, and also the Food and Agriculture Organization. So it's the United Nations. I'm involved through the Environmental Defense Fund. We're a nonprofit that's working on market-based solutions to environmental problems and other partners. And as I said, the goal is to have a public-private coalition that can mobilize 1 gigaton or 1 billion tons of jurisdictional scale, and I'll talk more about that, which means national or large state or province level results in terms of forest conservation and restoration per year through 2025. And this is just a beginning of what we estimate is needed for cost-effective implementation of the current level of NDCs that countries have put forth under the Paris Agreement. What's the rationale for this Green Gigaton Challenge? One is that forest countries have made a lot of progress developing these different types of programs, using a lot of traditional ODA to develop capacity building, policy plans, monitoring systems, and other measures. But in order to really shift now to implementation, they need a clear signal of international funding at large scales, because these programs really require large investments to achieve the goals that can really achieve and hopefully overachieve the NDCs. So large amounts of finance is needed, but also importantly, right now we're at an inflection point. Never before have we seen this potential where public finance can really leverage private finance. Things have really shifted with developments under the Paris Agreement, other international climate frameworks, like for international aviation, regulated carbon markets, such as the Korea ETS, and ETS in other countries as well, and a real surge in voluntary climate action from corporations over the past few years. It's really been remarkable. And there's a lot of interest now in carbon credits and other investments in climate change. And importantly, on the forest side, we've had also a lot of advances. I won't go into all the history, but importantly, last year, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, approved for the first time the use of REDD plus in an international compliance carbon market, and particularly based on 2 standards based on jurisdictional large-scale accounting. So this is a real validation and recognition of the role these systems can play in carbon markets. And so there's a lot of interest from the private sector, and the Green Gigaton Challenge is trying to help organize that, but also put it together with public sector support. And importantly, using ODA in as a way to guarantee a minimum level of demand for forest countries. But importantly, we've seen this type of results-based finance in the past, the Green Climate Fund, bilateral efforts from Germany, Norway, UK, the World Bank we've heard about earlier from Director Ahn, has in the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility has been paying. Korea has some efforts of paying forest countries for results. But importantly, what's new here is that the public funding just provides a floor price. So the idea is that it's a guarantee of a minimum level of demand for forest countries, but with the idea that public funding may not need to be used if private demand is sufficient. So, for example, public funders would commit to buying credits or high quality emission reductions at $10 a ton. But if private buyers are willing to pay $10 or more, the private buyers could come first. And then if there's additional reductions, the public funding could be used, or maybe the public funding could just be recycled to future guarantees. So there's an example that was provided in 2019. We actually heard about CAFI, the Central African Forest Initiative. It was great to hear that Korea is involved as a participant. That CAFI, Norway, and the country of Gabon reached an agreement where Norway, through CAFI, is guaranteeing a floor price of $10 a ton for high quality jurisdictional scale emission reductions using this new standard, and actually $5 a ton if it's based on a less rigorous standard. So it's an interesting model where public donors are providing just a minimum price guarantee with the idea of giving confidence to the forest countries that they can start investing and implementing these programs, but with the idea that this can actually unlock a large volume of high quality supply, which then private buyers can finance. And the ODA is just being used as a guarantee. I won't go into much detail. I think we've heard that tropical deforestation is really essential for climate change. We're very focused on this because it's one of the largest opportunities in the near term that can deliver at least 1 billion tons of reductions. We did an analysis at EDF that out of approximately, out of the most near-term opportunities, after we're talking about the Chinese energy sector, the US and EU energy sectors, the biggest opportunities were from protecting tropical forests in Brazil and the Amazon and Indonesia, each at least 1 billion tons. So approximately a quarter or a third of the biggest potential in the near term. I mentioned this idea of jurisdictional approach. The idea is that we're moving away from isolated projects to measuring change at the level of a whole country or other large region like a state or a province. And this has a lot of advantages because it incentivizes all the actors, including importantly the government, to work towards implementing what's needed to stop deforestation, because we need action from private sector, from agriculture sector, from protected areas, parks, local communities, indigenous peoples, but also government, importantly. It takes all the actors to deliver the meaningful change. And also from an environmental integrity perspective, there's a lot of benefits from looking at it at a big scale. Great. So this is just a slide to highlight that we need public funding, but also private funding as well. And we've done an analysis that roughly right now there's about $1 billion of public funding for REDD plus. We need, if we had a market that effectively implemented the current NDCs, we could mobilize up to $8 billion a year. And if we were really on track to meet a 2-degree target, we estimate that you could have a market of $40 billion per year. So there's a lot more potential from the private sector that can be leveraged. Now, challenge we face is what we call a chicken and egg problem. So, you know, we can't have the egg without the chicken, but we also can't have the chicken without the egg. In particular, there's a big potential supply of high quality forest protection and emission reductions that's possible, but the supply is hard to unlock without the demand. But on the other hand, the demand has been hard to unlock because there's not a lot of high quality supply, and especially private sector wants to know when are the credits going to be delivered, from where, what's the price, when are they coming, what's the standard, and all these things you can't answer until you have the supply. So that's part of what we're trying to unlock with the Green Gigaton Challenge, where we're trying to get the public donors to provide the floor price. We're already working with the government of Norway, very productive conversations with other governments. Potentially this could be something that Korea might be interested in, or at least in using this model for other applications and maybe other countries or other climate opportunities. But we think if we could get 1 billion tons of demand, that would really unlock this whole market by showing the countries that there's serious demand, and then in turn unlocking large-scale supply that private buyers can start coming to buy. Just very quickly, there's a lot of advantages of this results-based payment model. So we're talking about payment for verified emission reductions after they've been achieved. And that's what the payment is for. It's not for inputs in terms of capacity or particular strategies, but you know that is very helpful. It has been very helpful, but it's hard to use that to get to scale because it's a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of due diligence and administration that's required. And that hinders moving to scale. On the other hand, results-based finance, where you're paying for delivery of measurable outcomes, can facilitate much larger scale. It can also, as I said, catalyze the private sector. It can allow public donors to commit much larger scale resources, in the billions of tons, as we've seen, of dollars, as we've seen from Norway and others, and at lower risk, because the risk of actual designing the implementation is shared with the countries, and they bear the risk of the performance or share the risk, and can also choose how they want to deliver the performance. And doesn't mean that traditional development grants won't be needed, but this can, we think, play a very important role. Just one quick diagram of how this works. This is part of the broader strategy for implementing the Green Gigaton Challenge. We have an organization called Emergent that's been set up. It's a nonprofit that's one of the partners that's trying to be the intermediary. Importantly, it's a nonprofit, so it's not trying to make money here. But the idea is that if countries deliver the results, right now there's one standard. There might be other standards that provide the verification independently of the results. And Emergent now either aggregates private buyers to come in with private finance, but also has public donors who are this buyer of last resort that can provide the minimum floor price. So Emergent is the delivery mechanism of this finance. And importantly, there's also work with other financial intermediaries to track the flow of funds, because ODA funding in particular comes with various requirements. It has to be spent for climate and forest purposes, for example, et cetera. So there needs to be this tracking of the funding. So I'll just leave it at that, but I think this is an example of how ODA in the climate space and forest space can be used in a way that harnesses private sector finance and can deliver results at large scales. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roboski, for your presentation. Now, let me introduce Ms. Jin Young Kim, Director of Asia at Global Green Growth Institute, with a big welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Jung and Hye-yoon. Let me share my screen. Yes, it's such a pleasure to be part of this conversation. While earlier speakers presented a landscape of green ODA and also shared important insights, what I'm gonna do through my presentation is add an element on how green ODA will actually work, in particular for Korea. So I want to bring two additional elements in this conversation. What is the focus on climate technologies? Because while we are looking at the overall financing gaps and also the necessity for greening development assistance, one key element to enable our developing country partners to go on green growth transition and address the climate the disasters, and at this time build resilience against climate change, and also develop their economy. The solution will lie on climate technologies, and climate technology has been always part of important conversation of global climate agenda. So I want to emphasize that. And second of all, the echoing earlier speakers focus on how this public finance can catalyze private investment. Then the focus have to be the solution, what to invest in, and then what type of technology can be applied for developing countries. And my story will be based on a recent study GGGI conducted together with one of the Korean partner, Green Technology Center, for Korean Ministry of Science and ICT. The main aim of this this study is to come up with a recommendation for ministry how to improve the climate technology ODA projects from the ministry, and in consideration of the Korea's particular focus on technology R&D and deployment, and also coming up with several suggestions for the ministry with some concepts ministry can immediately apply for in the coming period in terms of ideating the green focused ODA projects. And let me share some of the key insights from the study. So one of the key insight is the overall how methodology, how to ideate green technology ODA projects and deploy it, and ultimately make that project, the technology sustainable in developing country context. So how to make the ODA project effective and work is actually the underlying idea about the underlying thinking about how this study and the steps the Korean ODA would take will be also reflecting the existing methodologies and approaches international organizations and ODA agency have been undertaking, also building on Korea's own methodology. But there are a few areas to be looked at in more detail, and then to improve. So we outlined approximately 7 steps, which is quite straightforward in a way. The starting point with from Korea identifying key recipient country group or regions. Professor Jung earlier mentioned about Korea's northbound foreign policy and southbound foreign policy. The foreign policy objective can be reflected in this type of prioritization of countries and regions. And then the second starting point is the understanding the country context, starting from rapid study for the NDCs and technology needs assessment, country partnership strategy, and the latest policy have to be factored into in coming up with a new green ODA project. And then amongst the broad scanning of the needs of the countries, the selection of priority areas. It could be sectors or particular technology solutions. In this context, at this stage, the ODA's donor government have to partner with the international organizations or agencies who have presence in the recipient countries to have the continuous systematic conversation and prioritization. And once the priority has been assessed, the key next step is actually validate those thinking with the recipient countries' key stakeholders who will be also partnering in this project and who will be championing such project into implementation. And then once the priority is confirmed at both sides, both the donor side and also recipient side, the key is corroborating such a selection with a pre-feasibility study to feasibility studies, and then once the technical evidence is collected, the next step is actually developing, structuring the projects, and then while the project is being structured, key partners should be mobilized, and then also financial resources to be mobilized through the process of donor. But the key consideration throughout this 7 stages of process is the bankability. Ultimately, the ODA project have to leverage the local ownership and also the bankability of that project. It could be solar, it could be smart farming, it could be the sustainable transport. But once such green ODA project reflecting the country's national priority and climate objectives, the ideated, the ultimate purpose is the project is being continued to solve the green growth problem of the country. So this the framework is outlined, and then the particular emphasis from this exercise is actually the doing good needs assessment. There has been element of needs assessment in existing ODA project ideation framework, but sometimes such assessment is not directly linked to the local level, the developing countries. Developed countries are in very dynamic situation in terms of the developing their own priorities. So such process has to be the very interactive and iterative in order to ensure that the project ideated have longer term, the relevance for the country, not the timing, when the project is started, reflecting, the backwards, the earlier, the work done. So the more future forward and sustainable project ideation has to be based on highly systematic and iterative, conversation between donor and recipient. And in order to have effective conversation, there could be a range of partnership. It could be local NGOs. It could be local the agencies of donor government or international organizations who have presences in developing countries. And then through these exercises for these group of South Asia countries, a number of the priority have been, sectoral priority have been identified. The diagram you are seeing right now is the matching between developing countries' climate priorities and also Korea's strength in terms of climate technologies. And by matching developed country needs and the Korea's comparative strength in climate technology or sectoral experiences, though there is several priority can be identified through this exercise. And then the area is broadly the natural capital related area, agriculture, agroforestry, and smart farming, and waste management for rapidly growing the developing countries' in particularly in Asia, or also waste to energy. And green cities are another the core element of developing countries for NDCs and also the longer term development objectives. And after the ideating on ODA project or several the projects as a country level program or regional program, the key element continuously to be further looked into, developed, is actually sustainability of such project, meaning that there should be the institutional level ownership and champion from developing country. At the same time, the very detailed steps to bring this ODA level project into bankable stages. What you are seeing in the left side, the pilot stages, mostly ODA project has been so far covered through COICA or NORAD and OCAID and USAID and many other ODA funding tend to focus on the initiating the green or climate focused project, but it in many cases stops at pilot stages instead of getting into the larger scale, more impactful, the implementation project involving local banks and local, the businesses. So in between pilot stage and scaling up stages, there are further, the opportunities for various development partners can jump at and then do more for the win-win ODA program for both donor side and recipient side. So key consideration is from ideation stage, make green ODA projects in consideration of this can be a bridge, connector between a pilot to the bankable projects. And then through that process, key consideration is minimizing information asymmetries between the donor side investors and the recipient side private sectors and stakeholders, so that there is common playing ground for both donor side players and recipient side. And then the continuous, the focus on improving environment research, not just the energy project or the agricultural project, but the project itself has to ensure long-term environmental results. And also this means that the streamlining and clarifying regulatory process from pilot stage to actual deployment stages. And then another key element is lowering the risk and transaction cost for investors. In many cases, when ODA project from a particular donor is the initiated recipient's country, it also means that the partnership behind donor country private sector and the recipient country private sector, then the risk element, the risk mitigation efforts should be geared towards addressing the perceived risk for donors, private sector, including the banking sector and local investment. So that's one of the novel finding that we want to suggest. And then in terms of the priority projects, in particular for Asia countries, we looked at for the next 5 to 10 years, the key electric mobility, including the charging infrastructure, was one of the common, the priority between the Korea and also the Asia developing countries. Another element is waste management. Korea has quite a vast, the experience and accumulated the know-hows about the city level and national level waste management that can be continued, and climate smart agriculture as a means to the drive the green recovery of mostly the agrarian and rural developing countries, and at the same time longer-term transition for green growth. And digitization is a particular element, in particular for emerging developing economy like Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia, where Korea has global strength in terms of technology level. And another element we can consider is the technology entrepreneurship. This has both the element of technology transfer and also capacity building, particularly for private sector. There has been many efforts for institutional regulatory capacity building for the developing countries, but in order for climate technology or ODA or green ODA to be really effective, we have to empower local level, the private sector. In majority of cases, the micro to small and medium companies. One innovative way to make that happen is building partnership between Korea's Korean business and then developing country MSME, and while setting up technology projects, either the coming up with a structure of joint ventures, and also the supported by the incubation and acceleration of local entrepreneurs. That could be one innovative way Korea can also take on. And in fact, the GGGI is collaborating with the Korean Development Bank and to also Green Climate Fund on this element, focusing on Philippines, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, and Cambodia to bring green technology entrepreneurship program. The total size we are discussing is 120 million size to provide the acceleration and incubation support for these 4 country MSME, and also build the partnership between Korea and other developed country business and these developed country MSMEs. And then finally, then what need to be further done, in particular for Korea's ODA, green ODA, how to improve. So the key is understanding country needs for Korea's support, and then there should be more systematic, the efforts to be done through the partnership with other development partners, in particular those who have the permanent presence in developing countries. And I cannot further more emphasize this element. This means actually how Korea can be successful engaging developed countries through the mutually rewarding way, not just one way ODA. And then the second element is the consideration have to be put on the appropriate level of localized green technology. What has been worked already in the European countries or Korea or advanced country cannot be directly transplanted in developing country context. Then the reflecting national circumstances, how to adapt those technologies, make those technologies workable is an element of green ODA. And also the R&D element. Innovation should be the main driver for this partnership, and this ODA, international green ODA, should have an element of the research and development, in particular within the developing country. That is another recommendation we want to make. And then finally, the more and better coordination is required. The bringing the multi-layered stakeholders, the ODA governing ministry, and also there are several partners and think tank who are in particular Korea Ministry of Science and Information Technology working on, and also the private sector together, and also from recipient developing countries side, the champion ministry, local investors and banks, and also local technology developers, and also the MSME, all these, the multi-layered stakeholders have to brought together in this, the ODA ideation to deployment value chain. Let me stop here, and thank you very much for having me for this important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim, for your presentation. Next, please welcome Dr. Sarwat Chaudhuri, Policy Specialist at UNDP Seoul Policy Center, with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Yes, so my name is Sarwat Chaudhuri. I manage UNDP's environment program here in South Korea. And thank you to Professor Chong, Hyung, and everyone else for inviting us to this important and very timely conference. So as you can see, I'll be speaking about the role of international organizations in Green ODA. And in my presentation, I'll focus mainly on the UNDP's work in this area. So let's go to the next slide. Yes, so this is just a reality check, as you have seen this slide before in our director's presentation earlier this morning. So this is a chart that shows, as of February 2021, the amount of money that G20 countries have committed towards either green or brown recovery since the COVID-19 pandemic started last year. So the brown recovery, as you can see, outweighs the green recovery in both total amount as well as per capita. So currently, environmentally perverse subsidies seem to be the predominant trend. And this is quite unfortunate because COVID-19 pandemic provides us a rare opportunity to build back better, as we have heard before during the session today. So robust green recovery plans must be meaningfully integrated into multi-year, multi-dimensional economic growth plans. Next, move to the next slide. So the enormous health, economic, and social crisis resulting from the pandemic is an opportunity to utilize the funds for smart recovery by undertaking wider ranging and fundamental restructuring of critical sectors and activities. So it makes economic sense to plan the recovery packages to be green and the transition to low emission, carbon resilient and resource efficient economies in socially inclusive ways. So in the recovery phase, governments and parliaments are so far looking into re-stimulating their economies as an overriding priority, monitoring the impact of recovery and stimulus measures on environmental outcomes through measurable, comparable, and timely indicators can be key to ensure effective green recovery measures. In terms of policies for green recovery, I wanted to highlight a few. This includes combining green biodiversity-friendly, low-emission approaches into initial macro and micro-level rescue policies, medium-term economic stimulus packages, and longer-term green economy transition planning. So investing in fiscal, monetary, legislative, and market incentives for green economy and modeling and assessment tools to align policies with other biodiversity, environment, and climate goals is another important policy. Accelerating the energy transition and tackling fossil fuel subsidies is also very important. Low oil prices offer a unique opportunity to remove economically and environmentally damaging fossil fuel subsidies, invest in clean, efficient, and renewable energy infrastructure systems, and promote resilient urban planning, investing in sustainable consumption, and also green hydrogen measures. Also, policies can include green energy projects that can promote rural community energy, for example, in health facilities. Also, reducing socioeconomic vulnerabilities with green jobs that tackle poverty and inequality and support vulnerable communities through green recovery projects. For example, reforestation can stimulate rural economies by creating jobs. I wanted to make two other points in this slide. Environmental multilateralism can facilitate inclusive green recovery. A recent OECD report shows that fragmented approaches limit the effectiveness of climate action, and providers can scale up effective climate action through common standards in data, finance, and infrastructure. As it's been noted also before in today's conference, Green ODA is a significant enabler for global green recovery by mainstreaming green policies into development. Let's go to the next slide. So, role of international organizations in Green ODA. International organizations can have a significant role to play within the context of Green ODA and global green recovery for sustainable development, as they have a comparative advantage with existing networks, ongoing projects, knowledge of local context, allowing them to be valuable partners for implementation and facilitation activities, along with finding synergies and developing integrated policies. In terms of facilitator role, I wanted to highlight one example from Ghana and Switzerland. They signed a bilateral agreement on a number of projects which will enable clean cooking and solar lighting and benefit up to 5 million Ghanaian households. And this new partnership also enables adoption of green and low carbon technologies across the country, catalyzing private sector investment into Ghana's National Energy Access Program and its own NDC. UNDP facilitated this dialogue between Switzerland and Ghana, building trust in the process in both sides, and also offering our technical support in implementation. And in the slide, you can see two pictures of our Build Back Better series. Our director referred to this in his presentation. So from UNDP's Whole Policy Center, we are working with, as facilitator with partners in Korea, experts in Korea, and global experts. We had under the Build Back Better series, we had a webinar on Korea's medical waste management practices, comparing with global practices. So we brought in experts from WHO and other developing countries on Green New Deal and Green Recovery. We had two webinars so far last year, again, bringing in experts from the EU and different development partners and developing countries, including Rwanda and Bangladesh. And so these are kind of the facilitation roles we are playing and kind of looking into this ongoing dialogue and on policies that work for green recovery and what is in a contextualized basis for each country. In terms of implementation support, UNDP is an accredited multilateral implementing agency of GCF, GEF, Multilateral Fund, and Adaptation Funds. So for example, as a GEF implementing agency, UNDP offers integrated technical services for eligibility assessment, program formulation, co-financing, implementation oversight, knowledge and resource management, evaluation, and performance-based payments. In terms of synergies, finding synergies and developing integrated policies, I wanted to give an example from integrated solutions on the green sukuk work in Indonesia. So UNDP has provided ongoing support to the Ministry of Finance and relevant line ministries in developing and issuing green sukuk and connecting investors, entrepreneurs, government, Islamic finance institutions, philanthropists, and youth. Which helped the country become the first to issue a US dollar denominated sovereign green Islamic bond, which is the sukuk that leverages private finance for climate change mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity preservation. So following issuances in 2018 and 19 with total proceeds amounting to $2 billion US, the government is planning to continue with this green sukuk issuance over the coming years. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So in terms of knowledge share, knowledge exchange, here you can see some pictures from forest. Professor Son in his presentation talked about Korea's forestry experiences and how it reforested itself from the devastation of the Korean War. So from our policy center in Seoul, we are working with Korean partners like Korea University, Korea Forest Service, and NIFOS, and sharing and exchanging Korea's forestry experience with the developing countries, and we call them SDG partnerships. And currently we're working in Ghana, Tajikistan, Mongolia, and Myanmar. So the picture on top you see is a Ghanaian delegation that came to Korea just before the pandemic, so towards the end of 2019, and we went around the country for forestry research and Korea's forestry experience. And the bottom picture you see is a mission from Korea with from our center, and also Korean experts from NIFOS went to Myanmar. And in the Mon state, we are working with the local counterparts on community forestry projects. And also another one I wanted to highlight is UNDP helped Romania develop an aid architecture with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Romanian Aid Agency and line ministries and other public institutions, development NGOs and academia media institutions. So let us move to the next slide. So role of international organization also in terms of triangular and multilateral cooperation. So a recent OECD report demonstrated that the top international organizations participating in green triangular cooperation projects. So that's a table you can see. I won't read out all the names, but you can see UNDP is one of those top organizations. And an example in this kind of cooperation is with Denmark's support in Africa. And so as part of Denmark's focus on enabling coherent South-South cooperation between China and African countries, and also the UN's Sustainable Energy for All initiative, UNDP China, our country office in China, is working with developing the renewable energy technology transfer project, which ensures a holistic transfer of renewable energy technologies from China to Ghana and also in Zambia. And from the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, we have been working on development cooperation issues for a long time. And recently, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea, we jointly co-hosted an expert meeting on ROK's development cooperation. And this event was actually organized to commemorate Korea's 10-year anniversary to the OECD DAC membership. And in that event, we also had a session focusing on Korea's contribution towards environmental multilateralism and role of South-Southern triangular cooperation. This the picture you can see in the bottom it was one of our last hybrid events. So we were able to organize web-based event, but also in person before the COVID cases went up late last year. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. So the UNDP's comparative advantage. So I won't read out all the numbers you can see here on the screen. So basically, climate change, as we know, is intrinsically linked to all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. So this includes eradicating poverty, zero hunger, reducing inequalities. So UNDP works with countries to turn their climate goals into action. And at the heart of this is our support for designing and delivering ambitious climate plans or NDCs. And also we work on adaptation issues, mitigation issues in 140 countries, helping to integrate climate risk into national and subnational development planning and provide long-term support to countries to take action on the ground for resilient, carbon neutral and sustainable economies. So let's go to the next slide. So in this slide, we are talking about UNDP's support to governments in pursuing a green recovery. And this focuses on three key areas: driving a low carbon energy transition, including policy de-risking and reform of fossil fuel subsidies. For example, our work is ongoing in Malaysia, Rwanda, Uzbekistan, Also looking into lowering poverty and inequality through integrated nature climate solutions through green jobs creation, digital inclusion, clean energy access, and social protection measures and governance. And the last one on leveraging nature-based solutions to preserve and enhance natural capital to combat climate change and biodiversity loss and enhance sustainable production and consumption. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So on climate promise, this represents a commitment from the organization to ensure that any country that wishes to review and revise its climate pledges under Paris Agreement is able to do so. So formally, it was launched at the UN Climate Summit in September 2019. And this is the world's largest global offer on NDC enhancement. Currently, we are supporting 115 countries in collaboration with over 35 partners and as a contribution to the NDC partnership. Okay, let's move to the next slide. So with support from Sweden, Germany, EU, and other countries, UNDP ensures this NDC enhancement support is complementary and leverages the mandates, comparative advantages, and skill sets to various strategic partners. So we collaborate with over 35 partners to deliver support to countries. For example, IRENA on renewable energy, UN Environment on energy, nature-based solution resource efficiency, FAO on agriculture and land use, and GIZ on energy, Myanmar V, adaptation, and other thematic areas. So current 115 climate promise countries in collaboration, as I mentioned, with 35 partners. This portfolio also includes 37 least developed countries, 28 small island developing states, 14 higher emitters, 42 fragile states. And despite the challenges of COVID-19 and also the setbacks to NDC submission timelines, more than half of the climate promise countries are linking NDC enhancement with green recovery in line with UN Secretary General's Recover Better principle. Okay, let's move to the next slide. So UNDP's offer using NDCs to inform green recovery includes support for aligning NDCs and green recovery policies. So UNDP supports countries to mainstream climate change into recovery planning processes using the NDC framework and provides macroeconomic modeling tools, hotspot analysis to guide priority setting in national development agendas, and also conducts quantitative and qualitative assessment of NDC's impacts on green job creation, health, and gender equality. In terms of leveraging and integrating climate finance planning and financing frameworks, UNDP supports the strengthening of NDC financial planning to align with green recovery efforts with the aim of supporting public spending decisions and mobilizing private finance to advance both agendas. Strengthening engagement with finance ministries includes aligning NDCs with green recovery because it requires a significant amount of coordination between government ministries. And so building on the support under climate promise, we are looking into a whole of government approach, and UNDP strengthening engagement between environment ministry that typically leads NDCs and also development and finance ministries leading green recovery planning. And enhancing gender response and inclusive processes because UNDP is leading the socioeconomic response to COVID-19 at country levels. So UNDP assesses the impacts of crisis on societies, economies, and vulnerable groups to inform governments' response efforts, and we also support participatory approaches to recovery planning. And the last one I wanted to mention is building national capacity and facilitating South-South collaboration. Again, we have a long history of strong networks of South-South cooperation and the sharing of experiences across countries and regions. So UNDP is leveraging its portfolio to facilitate learning and knowledge among practitioners so that policymakers are equipped to make rapid and informed decisions that respond to COVID-19 while putting in place the foundation to both revitalize the economy and help achieve ambitious and inclusive climate action. Next slide is this is a slide also you have seen before. So the Green New South Korean government's New Deal plans to invest about $144 billion US dollars in creating 1.9 million jobs by 2025. So this plan focuses on green digital New Deal, Green New Deal, and also this overarching policy support to strengthen employment and social safety nets. So we know about this. Also, we have talked today about the key projects that are ranging from green. These range from green mobility to smart healthcare, and it also includes central and local governments' involvement to bring innovation and jobs to the regional economy. So the important part of the New Deal is also half of the money invested will be invested outside Seoul. And as we understand, in March, the government will launch the 5-year Korea New Deal Fund, seeking to invest about $3.5 trillion in 2021, with 35% financed by public sector and 65% raised privately. So this three-pronged model of Green New Deal is being led by private sector and backed by government, and this approach has generated high interest. As we know, Korea has very exceptional IT infrastructure and its digital competitiveness. And also has the very sophisticated consumer base, which pushes technology innovation and partnership. For example, from UNDP, we have a partnership with Samsung on global goals with Samsung phone apps. And so international companies are also exploring the New Deal's projects into market entry and expansion. And as we see from our policy center, developing countries, I want to also learn from the policy lessons on Korea's recovery. So from our policy center, as I mentioned, we have been organizing expert meetings, webinars, and on the right, you see a blog post that I recently wrote to share and to kind of exchange information, to share information on Korea's efforts that other countries can look at. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide, and from Korea, I also work as part of UNDP on the multi-UN agency PAGE initiative, which is the Partnership for Action on Green Economy. It includes 5 UN agencies: UNDP, UNEP, ILO, UNITAR, and it has 20 country partners and 8 funding partners. So one of the 8 funding partners is the Republic of Korea. So I wanted to highlight some in my last slide on the PAGE work that's also kind of as part of the Green ODA. So the PAGE was kind of established as a response to the Rio +20 conference call to support countries wishing to embark on greener and more inclusive growth trajectories. So in the context of COVID-19, with additional support from Germany, PAGE is supporting countries for initially 5 countries, and then 9 more applications were received in terms of green recovery funds. So PAGE is engaging with 5 UN agencies and the UN resident coordinators in the PAGE countries to develop country-specific proposals for additional support, and that specific targeted actions that will fuel green and inclusive recoveries from the impacts of COVID-19. And also, there's different advocacy activities are also ongoing. So I wanted to highlight the Green Renaissance. It's a podcast series on green recovery into different aspects, including sustainable finance and green recovery issues with experts from within the UN system, but also global experts from various countries who are kind of being part of this podcast. So this is kind of the end of my presentation. I did want to end with a positive note. I think this year is a year of transition, and in that sense, an exciting year for us with the climate COP 26 coming up and the biodiversity COP in COP 15 also coming up. So this year, it would be interesting to see how countries, move forward in hopefully in the recovery planning and implementation phase of the pandemic, and also moving towards the 2030 agenda. From our center, we will of course continue to highlight and share the aspects of Korean experience and developing country experiences, and while we synergize our efforts with the UNDP overall. So I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. Next, the last but not least presentation of this session, I would like to introduce Dr. Bernard Salinger, resident representative of Hans Zeidel Foundation of Korea.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. And I was a little worried I would speak in the lunchtime, but it's already far over now. Hope you're all back from your lunches. And I hope I can add something more to all these good presentations which have been done here. And let's see. I will talk today about something a little different because I will focus only on one country, namely North Korea, and the work towards sustainable development we do there since 15 years roughly now. Actually, my title of the presentation is not really exact because it is not ODA we do in North Korea, though our funding comes mainly from the German government's development funds. There are no official development relations between North Korea and European countries. This has political reasons. It has also reasons of being prepared to absorb these funds. So what we do is really one step lower. Namely, we do capacity building mainly, but you will see later that the boundaries are a little bit blurred on that. And before doing so, I will just very shortly introduce the Hans Zeidel Foundation, which is a German political foundation. All of our fund is public funds, and in the case of our development work, it's funds from the German Ministry of Development and Economic Cooperation. And here you see the countries we are working in. Korea is a very special case because fortunately I'm living in the developed part of Korea, and we work with both South and North Korea mainly on reconciliation projects. And since we do work in North Korea, I think it's warranted that I first try to give a little bit the political framework for this work and why we do it and why we choose then the sector of green projects to work with North Korea. Let us first consider this. In the past, North Korea itself was not really shy of international cooperation on its own terms. This is a propaganda picture showing all the people of the world coming to the leader of North Korea. And actually, indeed, North Korea was receiving students from African countries, for example, and it was having development projects in a number of countries. Though they had often a military component, there were also real development projects, building of hospitals, etc. But all this changed in something which I like to call the Great Disintegration, namely in the time after 1989. And we saw then various waves where North Korea either self-isolated or was isolated by sanctions, by not allowing them into international certain contexts, so that we have today a country which is largely disintegrated with the rest of the world, maybe more than most of all the other countries. And in this situation, we wanted to make a difference by reintegrating it, at least in certain contexts of green policy regimes. And the basic reasoning behind this that we think that this would help to change things in North Korea, open it up if you want so, and also to address various groups in North Korea if we don't take it as one monolithic state, but supporting groups which are more receptive to international cooperation. And we do this, and that's maybe the last political comment here I want to do, in treating North Korea not as a target to destabilize, but really as a partner in these projects. It's very, very important for us. And we choose green projects for the obvious reason that this is one of the fields where a difference can be made, a difference which is very, very important for the future, not only of North Korea, but also of the Korean Peninsula and the wider world, and which is also a field where the issue of political sanctions does not play such a role. In this relation, we started in 2010 to work on renewables and especially the clean development mechanism. And that time, the background was that North Korea had a project since 2003 with us, and they asked us, how can we join the CDM projects? And we helped them then to register all in all 8 projects successfully. Most of them, as you can see here also in the pictures, were hydropower projects, 6 of them. One was a wastewater project, one was project of methane gas from coal mines. And what we did in this context was to provide training, for example, on various forms of green energy, on the project management for CDM project, on financial aspects of CDM projects, etc. So we were not an investing agency here, or we were not providing funds for building these projects, but we did capacity building. And those of you who are involved in this field know that registering CDM projects is quite a difficult task for all developing countries, but here we had the additional difficulty really that we had to print out every single change the UNFCCC did in its monthly sessions on these CDM projects, which were very much in flux in that time because it was just starting to grow the project, and our partners in North Korea didn't have access to the internet, so it was very, very difficult really to work on the rules with them, but they achieved it, and they were very hard working on it. And so in the end we had these 8 projects registered. Unfortunately, I should say, the target market was clearly the European emissions market, and there was a time when we started when 1 ton of CO2 was valued at something like 20 euro that time. But when they finished the project, the market didn't work anymore. The prices for emissions had collapsed, and it was not economically feasible anymore. And then when prices rose again in the current situation now, sanctions from 2016 basically cut them off this market. So while the project were successful and were carried through, the economic benefits of them were not really realized by the North Koreans. As part of that, we had also a project on renewable energy. It has been mentioned in some of the previous speeches that, for example, cooking at the open fire is one of these sources of air pollution and also often of accidents, and biogas projects were one part where we cooperated with the North Koreans, also solar projects. And those of you who have been there know that now mini-scale solar panels are very, very widespread, and the same is true for mini biogas providers, so where we can help also women in the countryside to gain a much better life. And also an interesting development, which you later see also in our second focus area, afforestation, was that this project was also coupled with a more open approach from the North Korean side on information providing. In that project, they set up carbon trade internet page where you can see the CDM information. The CDM information is anyway available through the UNFCCC, and it's very detailed information. It was the first time that North Korea ever showed all this information, like the grid connection, like exactly what turbines they use, what generators they used, etc. And it took a long political process for them to be able to do so, but they were successful, and they also set up this internet page, and that was part of this better international integration they achieved in this field. A second area of action for us was sustainable forestry. North Korea, like South Korea, wants a densely forested country with up to 80% forest cover. Today, much of this forest cover has disappeared. We think that maybe up to 40% either disappeared or are severely degraded. And in this time, we started to work on capacity building on sustainable forestry, and for 3 years also with the help of the funding from the European Union and with a partner, the Ministry of Land and Environment Planning in DPRK in North Korea, we started to do a project on improvement of rural living conditions through healthy forests. As I said, the consulting and training had been ongoing before, also including internships, seminars, expert visits, etc. But in that time, we started then systematically also to work on a model afforestation and on capacity building. And this capacity building, among others, included capacity building on a new forest inventory, national forest inventory, which is very, very important because this, though it is not yet achieved completely, would also give a baseline for new forms of green finance for DPRK. Also, we published together books on various aspects of biodiversity, organic farming, greenhouses for tree nurseries, seedlings for plants, and we have an ongoing book publication series, which is only the last year interrupted through the corona pandemic, but we will take it up afterwards again. And just to show you what we did in very practical terms, we were starting to work on this hill in Sangsuri, which is around 40 kilometers west of Pyongyang. And it's a typical western lowland area of North Korea where almost all the forest cover disappeared because it was simply easy to climb up these hills and cut down the trees compared to the much steeper mountains you find in the eastern part of the peninsula. And on this hill, practically nothing grew anymore. That are pictures I took in 2012. And that's how it looks today. Oh, that's how it looked a few years later, not today. Today it's even more grown, and we achieved to build there quite healthy, nice mixed forest with a number of typical Korean species and also some place to try out things like agroforestry, new species which might help in withstanding the pressure of climate change, etc. And you see the same here on various satellite pictures, all from the same autumn time, where you see how really the forest became denser and denser over a period of 10 years only. And it was achieved really with minimal financial input from our side. I think it was not more than $50,000, which we spent on those imports, which North Korea at that time couldn't really do. Like we had one pump and generator and a few pipes, which they don't produce domestically. It was all very, very moderate in cost. And it shows also that given there's a will and political will and the effort from as well the North Korean side and the side of donors, it would be easy to multiply such projects in the whole country. One very important aspect for us was again to make this sustainable by also reaching from this model project to the wider forest community. And for that we worked with a central tree nursery in Pyongyang. And we established there a technical center, and in this technical center was set up a website in the North Korean intranet. So this website is unfortunately not available to us here. It's called Wangumsan, which means Golden Mountain, or that is a kind of buzzword in North Korea, excuse me, for afforestation. And to date, this afforestation website has more than 20,000 documents uploaded. It had, the last time we saw it, which is 2 years ago, due to the fact that last year we could not visit the country, already more than 2 million clicks. So it is quite lively used, given that it's a very, very specialized website in the country where access also to the intranet is not really widespread as it is here. And it has a question and answer section where, for example, foresters from remote places can ask questions and get counseling by their own experts from the tree nursery. So we think that helped really very, very much to spread the news about the possibilities of green ODA in the country. The final project I want to present here, this is our work on biodiversities on wetlands. Here we work with a number of partners, like, for example, IUCN, WWF. Should also say we have worked with other partners in Korea and beyond that before. And one of our partners is the Asia-Europe Foundation, which was mentioned before by Ms. Pulavska, and I'm very happy for this partnership. And another partner is a Green Growth Institute, and the Green Growth Institute sent one of their experts with us to DPRK in 2019, and we had a very good seminar on forest landscape restoration together, which was very helpful, and which shows also that cooperation between different partners is important. And in this part on biodiversities and wetland, we cooperate among others with IUCN, WWF, Hong Kong Birdwatching Society, and other partners. And the two main partners were actually the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands and a smaller regional mixed governmental and intergovernmental and non-governmental organization, the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. And those of you followed the political times a little bit in 2016-17, political tensions were very, very high. And it was not easy first to get members agree that DPRK becomes a member of these, even when they fulfilled some formal membership criteria. But in 2018, then finally they were members of the Ramsar Foundation, and 1 year later also of EAFP, and they are actively working in these organizations today. And we find that very, very important beyond the question of ODA, green ODA as in the green field itself, that it also provides a way for meeting and for reducing tensions on a topical level, here the environment. This included capacity building as a preparation, training abroad, like in Mongolia, and in the DPRK to support the environmental sector, to lead to an improvement of skills and knowledge. It meant also that DPRK had to select sites. Basically, they selected two sites as Ramsar sites, Moondog on the west coast and Rason on the east coast, and two sites as so-called flyway network sites, Kumya and Moondog for the EAFP. And the core challenge was for us really to help them create a new national wetland inventory. They had an old 20-year-old wetland inventory, which had been very valuable that time, but which was outdated. And we helped them with partners to publish a new wetland inventory through surveying east and west coast sites and helping them surveying on themselves more sites, for example, also in the sensitive inter-Korean border area. We did awareness raising activities, for example, celebrating International Days of Wetlands, International Days of Migratory Birds, or in Moondog we had this Swan Goose Festival going on, and we helped them to enhance their own networks in international meetings and conferences, and helped them to participate in places like UNFCCC or other places to grow this network. Currently we are working among others in the Tumen River Delta area, where we hope maybe in the future to establish a trilateral and cross-border international wetland area, including parts in China, Russia, and DPRK. But this work, as all other work with DPRK, is currently, due to the pandemic, on hold. Last but not least, I want to give this, for us, very important and good news that though, as you know, the pandemic was very, very difficult, it stopped also all financial support we gave our partners in DPRK to do the work. But still, our partners are very actively continuing their work. And here you see a number of selected publications in Korean and in English, which they published last year, dealing with biodiversity in this field mainly. In the middle, you see here our main partner, Mrs. Ri, who is the Director General in the Ministry of Land and Environment Planning, and really a fantastic partner to do these projects. And that shows that while certainly incentives from the outside and from international donors are important, it's not the only reason these projects are carried out. Once we had get them started, they worked on themselves. They did their own surveys, like summer bird surveys here in Mundok. And that is for us a very, very encouraging news, because clearly if you do work in DPRK more than in many other countries, you are contested and you are questions. What are you doing there actually? What does happen to your money? What is their benefit, and what is also their incentive to do this kind of work? And we are very happy to see that the work is genuinely going on, also in times when these outside incentives are less or not coming anymore. I would like to say that, as all of you know, sanctions is a very, very difficult issue for us, because it, especially in the fields where more important technical advice is necessary, like in the National Forest Inventory, or where also certain material incentives would be very helpful. That's less in biodiversity, more so, for example, in afforestation. We are now very, very much bound. We helped DPRK to establish a working contact with Green Climate Fund, and we are very happy. That's also our partner became this national authority dealing with GCF. We see a great future for DPRK in doing climate projects. We hope they can be done peninsula-wise on the whole peninsula, but that's up to DPRK and ROK to decide in the end. But we are sure that it would be a missed opportunity if, for political reasons, these projects could not take place in DPRK. So I hope really also that, though the focus today is really worldwide ODA, green ODA of ROK and other entities, that this also is an opportunity to draw the attention on this a little bit neglected field, where also with rather limited financial means for the Korean Peninsula and for the world, a lot can be done, for example, in the field of afforestation. The more so since really on the doorstep in the southern part, they have the example for successful afforestation, and a lot could be done. And the last point on that one, maybe I didn't include it here in my presentation because I was also not sure about the time limits, but it is not only a long-term aspect or an aspect of world climate, but for DPRK people, afforestation is also a question of life and death, because every year people are dying due to landslides, due to flooding, and we ourselves were one time 2015 in Rason and saw how a relatively local event like strong rain after a typhoon can lead to a disaster where whole villages disappear. So it's really also from that point of view time to act on that. And with this note, I want to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zellinger, and the same to all presenters for your astute discussion on the different roles of international organizations in Green ODA. With this, we now close session 3 and let us move on to session 4. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 4 on role of universities in Green ODA. Please welcome Professor Dong-Han Kim, the chair of this session. Professor Kim is currently the professor at the College of Engineering of Korean University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. I hope that you can hear me well. Again, my name is Dong-Han Kim. Welcome to the fourth session of the conference on the status and prospects of the Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. I enjoyed some of the previous, not all. I had another job to do, so I only could enjoy just several nice presentations, especially Dr. Bernard Seliger's presentation. I enjoyed very much. Anyway, because we are way behind our schedule, let's get straight to the presentation. Okay. First, I'd like to introduce our first speaker of this session, Dr. Motuma Tolera, the Dean of Wondog Janet College of Forestry and Natural Resources. Dean Motuma is currently a member of national and regional REDD plus secretary committees and task forces. He is also involved in consultancies related to the forest management and REDD plus issues, including designing benefit sharing mechanisms. So please join me in welcoming Dean Motuma. Okay, Dean Motuma, are you there? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon for everyone. In my presentation, I will try to highlight some of the issues that we do as a higher learning institution in relation to RED Plus activities. Next slide. Yeah, our college is as you mentioned earlier, it's called Wondog College of Forestry and Natural Resources. We are part of Hawassa University, one of the first generation universities in Ethiopia. And this college itself was established in 1978 actually to train forest technicians, because by then forest degradation, fast decline in forest cover was felt throughout the country. So it was agreed that training forest technicians to lead this activity of rehabilitation and also working on curbing deforestation was necessary. So I can say that the college has got over 40 years of teaching, research, in the community service activities, and especially in forestry sector. But later, many other programs from other natural resource management areas were added to the previous programs in the college. We are located actually in Central Rift Valley area in Ethiopia, where many other natural resources of management activities are going on, like many resources, national parks around us, Rift Valley lakes around us, and also many other high forests. So in terms of training for forestry and other natural resource areas, we are physically, we are in a very much very good position to train our students. Our vision is actually to be one of the top colleges in the area of forestry research and teaching, not only in Ethiopia, but also regionally at East African level. Next slide. In terms of structure, the university has got about 9 colleges. So this college is one of the 9 colleges of the university. So the focus here will be forestry and the other natural resources related areas. We have about 176 academic staff involved in teaching and the research, and also we have supporting staff who are really behind the success full accomplishment of the activities of the teaching learning process. Next slide. Yeah, this is the profile for the academic staff, and now we are moving towards having more PhDs because we are some of our new PhD graduates are arriving. So we now have, at the moment, we now have less BSc, more MSc, MA, and again, the number of PhDs are increased by 7 at the moment, while I will be doing this presentation. Next slide. In terms of programs, these are really the BSc programs that we are focusing on. As you can see from this slide, we have forestry-related programs. We have also other programs in the other natural resource management areas like environmental science, soil watershed management, GIS, natural resource economics. We also have wildlife and ecotourism. So I can say in general, this is really a center of excellence for forestry in the natural resource management, education, as well as research. Next. In terms of MSc programs, we also have about 12 MSc programs. In our MSc programs, they are more or less similar to the BSc programs, but as you can see from the red highlighted ones, which I think is also very much related to the theme of this conference, where we focus more on climate change issues, like climate smart agriculture, climate change in development, also assessment of greenhouse gases from the forest sector, agriculture sector, and energy sector. These are really one of the major focus areas in our MSc program. Next slide. PhD at the moment, we have 2 PhD programs. The first one is the PhD in climate change and bioenergy development. This especially focused, it has 2 sub-specializations. One is climate change mitigation and adaptation. The other is more on the bioenergy aspect, as related to also climate change. And second one is PhD in agroforestry. This was opened this year. We received students this year, and we have a plan to also open another 3 PhD programs very soon in forest management, wildlife management, and watershed. Next. In terms of students, we have about 2,000 students actively engaged at the moment at PhD, MSc, and BSc levels. And the plan now is we are like a research university very recently. So we'll have more, we'll open more MSc and PhD programs. So the trend for the future is to have more number of students in the MSc and PhD areas. Next. I think, as you might guess, research, teaching, research, and community service is the major activity in the college. But what I will be trying to do now is I will try to focus on community service activities, which we are carrying out, especially in relation to RED Plus and the MRV, because I thought that this is more related to the theme of the conference. So next. These research areas and community service areas, we have 2 channels of funds from this. Okay, so thematic-based research we have. These are more or less the government funded, and we also have others which we do through collaborative ways. Next slide. And I brought this slide to give you some background on the commitment of Ethiopia in terms of climate change mitigation. We have got a strategy called Climate Resilient Green Economy Strategy. So in this strategy, though the amount of emission from Ethiopia at the moment is not as such very high, but it's one of the fastest growing economies. So in the near future, this emission is going to double or even more than double. And in the green, in this green climate resilient green economy strategy, the country is committed to maintain the current level of emission, even less with fast growing economy. So in this course of green climate resilient green economy strategy, about 130 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent gas is going to be like the abatement potential is going to come from the forestry sector. So the forestry sector is given really huge attention in the process of leading the climate resilient green economy because of its huge emission abatement potential. So we have a RED Plus activities in the country to implement or to materialize this 130 million tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction. Next slide. So in order to support this activity, our college is really taking the lead in capacity building. As I said, the country is following the kind of climate resilient green economy strategy. So every other sector, the development plans are really weighed against this climate resilient green economy. To materialize that, there is a huge task in the forestry sector, especially through the RED Plus activity, and our college is leading the capacity building. And for example, during the readiness phase of the RED Plus, which was started about 2013 in the country, we trained 410 almost like trainers, and also we did awareness creations for journalists and public relations experts, so that they can really play a great role in popularizing the initiative. Next. The other activities also, it's not only at federal level, but there are regions bordering us, and we do a lot of capacity building for these regions, which are really implementing RED Plus, but which needs really huge capacity building in terms of training their expertise. Next. With the commission, where we contribute a lot in the forest inventory, in terms of training the field crew, in terms of also leading, giving technical advices, and also in the material support. We also sit in the technical working groups nationally, and we also sit in the steering committees. I have 1 minute, so I want to go to the MRV part of my slide. Go on down, please. Next slide. MRV. Yes. Next slide. We have got a national. We are involved in the national capacity building of in measuring, reporting, and verification. This is a national project supported by the Royal Norwegian government. And then in this, in the first place, the college's capacity is being enhanced through this project, PhDs, also short-term trainings and sabbatical in the study leaves. Next slide. And with this, what we are doing is we opened 3 MSc programs that are nationally, in which experts are pulled from the federal governments, regional governments are being trained in this area. We have about 167 experts have put their MScs, and these experts are spread throughout the country, leading these activities of greenhouse gas measuring, reporting, and verification. Next slide. Next. I think I have to also highlight. Next slide, please. These are the laboratories, our laboratories in which we do a lot of greenhouse gas monitoring. And okay, thank you. And we also have had a project which ended just last December with Korea University, which was supported by KOICA, and this was also on climate change in the forestry sector in Ethiopia. And so we worked on curriculum development, teaching materials, laboratories, capacity training. This not only to our staff and the experts, but also nationally for higher officials, and the outcome was shared. The slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, this is a picture from the same project. The left one on training of students, also high-level policymakers and the like. So in this project, we are going to strengthen more on even restoration activities in the future. I think I have to conclude by saying that we are engaged in capacity building in RED+, MRV, and also awareness creation for policymakers, and try also engaging in research, especially in development of country-based models to estimate greenhouse gases. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Mutuma, for sharing your effort and great achievement with us. Let's thank our speaker one more time with a big round of applause. All right, now let's move to our second speaker, Professor Bujidma Borku. She's an associate professor at Department of Renewable Energy Resources and Environmental Technology of Mongolia International University. Her experience and education in the atmospheric and biospheric sciences established her expertise to teach and conduct research in areas of physics, soil biogeochemistry, and forest management and ecology, to atmospheric gas analysis and field research. With a uniquely international background, including attending a school in Russia, earning bachelor's and master's degree in Mongolia, consulting with a German development cooperative, working with a renowned US agency to collect and analyze air samples, that track greenhouse gases, and earning another master's degree and 8 doctor's degree in sciences at United States University. Please welcome Professor Orku.
Thank you, Dawon Kim, Professor Dawon Kim, for very, very detailed introduction. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and professors and ladies and gentlemen. So I will start sharing my presentation right now. So my talk will be focused on the strengthen the capacity to address climate change in Mongolia. So this is the big topic, but I will talk about very shortly. Next, keep going. So I'll just talk first on a little background, brief introduction on forestry in Mongolia. And then I will go on to role of Mongolian University in climate change studies and do short conclusions in my presentation today. So hopefully you can see this picture clearly, is that the forest ecosystem is so much diminished during the last few millenniums. So if you look at this light green color, used to be the forest. Now only the leftover is the green, dark green colors. And if I accurately draw that rectangle right there is the Mongolia. So when we see that Mongolia is located in the area between the edge of the boreal forest area that disappearing due to the climate change. So that's why it's very sensitive topic in Mongolia. So Mongolian taiga forest is the part of the largest forest ecosystem in the world. Taiga means the boreal forest. So the forest reserve is about 8% of the total area of Mongolia. So if you look at this map, you can see that in the southern part where the Gobi Desert, it's mostly the Saksawul forest. But the green area, when it's highlighted the dark green, is the where boreal area. So hopefully you can see it. So, this boreal area is now very vulnerable to the changing environment, to the climate change. So because of the locations we are in the transition between the boreal area is moving towards the north. So it's very sensitive topic. So Mongolian government is implementing strategic plans to meet the climate change response. This table includes the vision until 2030 that related to the sustainable forest management of the country. So for example, green development policy, it says, enhance the carbon sequestration in forest sector by intensifying reforestation efforts and expanding the forest cover areas to 9% of the country's territory. The state policy on forest, it says reduce greenhouse gas emission from deforestation and forest degradation by 2% and 5% respectively. And the other INDC, it says increase the efficiency of afforestation measures and 9% of total area forest restored. So Mongolia is very committed to forest action to restore the path of the forestry. So the role of the universities in climate change studies. So during in this framework, Mongolia universities working together on a joint master's program to strengthen the ability of the professionals in the forestry and the climate-related fields. And so here I just a little bit here I'm showing this flow chart where these red squares were the implementing parties and beneficiaries included. And Mongolian University of Life Sciences, Mongolia International Universities, and Mongolian University of Science and Technology. These three organizations, the universities, we are working together to create a new science master's program on climate change issues, So other organizations such as Mongolia Academy of Sciences, technical and vocational and educational training, and State Inspector of Forestry, State Environmental Offices. All these four organizations are actually the one actual implementation when it comes to the sustainable forest development. So they will play and also very important role when we get the master's program started. And of course, we cannot make it without supporting entities from international and national level. And national level, we are the Ministry of Education and Science, Ministry of Nature and Environment and Tourism, NDC Mongolia, and other non-government organizations will be the support for us. And the internationally, we are seeking support from COICO and GGGI and universities from Korea and UN RED program in Mongolia. So national and international involvement in this is the greatest support, because the climate change is not just Mongolian problem, it's the global problem. So here I just show the Mongolian education program follows the ISCED 2013 standards. And in that book, we have the index, and it's called the climate research. So right now, this program does not exist up to date. It's not in the undergrad program even. So we are starting the master's degree for the joint master's degree for this time. The purpose of the program is the climate studies joint program is designed to strengthen the ability of climate and related field professionals to respond to climate change. The program will develop a new curriculum that meets international standards and strengthen teachers' capacity, train new interdisciplinary professionals, and establish a base for laboratory equipment and field measurement. So it will be pretty much a very new graduate level degree on studying climate change, focusing on the forest sector. So since it's interdisciplinary master's program, it will include the universities majoring the natural sciences, forestry, ecology, biology, and environmental sciences. The School of Agroecology from Mongolian Life Science University, and the Department of Horticulture, Forestry, and Landscape Architecture is from Life Science University, and Department of Renewable Energy Resources and Environmental Technology is from MIU, and Department of Light Industrial Technology and Engineering from Science Technology University. All of these universities has own master's program from each of this field, but our goal is to combine all this into one climate change, not really combine, but work together to create new climate change research master's program. Here, syllabus we already submitted to Mongolian government to be approved. Of course, this is the international standard syllabus, but we want to develop a method suitable for Mongolian unique nature, which is very vulnerable to climate change. So professors from the Life Science University of Life Science and the Mongolia International University, they have capacity to teach most of these topics. However, some courses which is required teaching from international experts, Korean professors who are experienced in the from international level, especially this Mark III classes, we need professors, we need experts from abroad to develop this curriculum. So of course there will be some strength and challenges. And strengths are the collaboration of faculty members, laboratory facilities. Each school facilitates excellent teaching and research capacity. Each school has own laboratory and own faculty who will teach all this. And we can combine them and make the effort to do all the climate-related researches. Local and international networking to continuously secure the required teaching professionals. So we will be recruiting, we will be inviting professionals from especially Korean universities and from other universities to collaborate with us and help us. The Mongolian forest experts and public policy makers will be important contributors of improving the quality of higher education. There will be we will have very intense collaboration with the forest experts and policy makers. Our schools in Mongolia, every school conducted in Mongolian language, but this program will be the English proficiency. It's all 100% in English, and all the research results will be published in the international peer-reviewed journals. Of course, there will be some challenges when many universities work together and work with the governments and the international organizations. There will be very high professional administrative coordination in between. And luckily, we have very good foundation for that. The University of Life Science has very strong foundation with the relationship with the government, and Mongolia International University has very good relationship internationally, especially in Korean government. So all bachelor graduates, which is the experts, they will be from Mongolian universities. They will be working in the field, but they need more. They need more English training. That's why it's challenge, because the Mongolia has this limit for the credit hours for the teaching for the master's program, and the teaching English will take some of the credits, which is a little bit not really complicated, but we can work through it. So it's a little bit challenge, I say. So in the end, I want to conclude that the joint master's program has a potential to become a regular knowledge sharing platform related to the climate change, not just in national level, but also internationally. And graduates should become international professionals with knowledge and understanding of multi-phased concepts of climatology and related environmental, social, and economic sciences. So they able to implement green development ideas. So then universities and other education institutions are national hubs for passing on the knowledge to new generation, and we hope that we can reach through this program, we can reach teach the related sustainable forest management and how to use the resources that are available up to this date. So my presentation is okay. Thank you for your attention. It's a short presentation, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Borku, for the great presentation, for sharing the university program in forest management and keeping your country more beautiful. I know that Mongolia is a very beautiful country. Okay, let's give one more applause for our presenter. Thank you. Okay, let's move to our third speaker of today. No, not today, this session. I'd like to introduce our special guest, Mr. Alistair Rich. He's the Director of Asia Pacific Sustainability, Asia Society Policy Institute, which is the acronym is ASPI. So Mr. Rich leads and oversees activities on Asian carbon market development and ASPI's overall sustainability portfolio. Alistair is an international expert in greenhouse gas emissions trading systems and a known leader in their development. He is currently leading a major project to contribute to resolving ETS design challenges and building regional connections of China's national ETS. Previously, he was a leader of the European Commission project to support the Korean government's implementation and upgrade of the first national ETS in East Asia. Mr. Rich, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. And yes, it's a real pleasure to be invited to speak at this workshop. And I'll give I guess a brief presentation on carbon pricing cooperation and the role of universities in green ODA. So my presentation will give a background to carbon pricing and talk about the drivers for this and for particularly emissions trading systems in relation to their ability to deal with greenhouse gas mitigation. I'll talk about some of the emerging developments particularly in ASEAN countries. I'll then set out the Korean experience, which is valuable to share with developing countries, and then I'll finish with the looking at the potential role of universities. So next slide, please. And next slide, please. So I'll keep this fairly brief. I realise that we're a bit behind schedule, so I think the background you're probably already fairly familiar with in terms of carbon pricing characteristics. So carbon pricing, as you probably know, is a policy tool to reduce carbon emissions cost effectively by passing through the cost to the emitters. It can take many different forms. With Korea, you're obviously familiar with emissions trading systems, which is perhaps the dominant form of carbon pricing. The main benefit of an emissions trading system is that it guarantees the reduction of emissions, and it also enables the reduction to happen cost effectively. So reductions can happen where they're cheapest. Another common and popular carbon pricing policy is carbon taxes. And also there's crediting mechanisms. So we've heard about those earlier in this meeting, and then also internal carbon prices. So next slide, please. And also in this conference, we've been hearing about NDCs and long-term development strategies. So these are all driven by the Paris Agreement, again, which you're no doubt fairly familiar with. So the Paris Agreement is setting a goal to hold the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees C, above pre-industrial levels, and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C. So the NDCs are setting out the national commitments to reduce emissions. The issue at the moment is that the NDCs are not ambitious enough. So the current estimations are that the commitments made so far would lead to a temperature increase of more than 3 degrees C versus the aspirational target 1.5. So there's a problem with the level of ambition of the NDC. But what we are hearing about more frequently and regularly is this concept of net zero. So Korea has signed up to net zero goal by 2050. That's net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Japan has also made that commitment. China has made a commitment for carbon neutrality before 2060. We now hear that the Biden administration is very keen on net zero by 2050. So this is, I guess, the long-term strategy. And the long-term strategy requires action in the short and medium term. So net zero by 2050 means that the 2030 target needs to be suitably ambitious to achieve that. So next slide, please. So this is, I think, I wanted to pick on carbon pricing because I think it's a really important policy tool. We've heard about NDCs, but really the NDC is just a target. It needs policies to achieve that target. And the emissions trading system, which is now well established in Korea, is exactly the type of policy to enable countries to meet ambitious greenhouse gas mitigating targets cost effectively. The Paris Agreement is a very much overarching policy, but there are some key drivers under the Paris Agreement towards emissions trading systems. And number one, emissions trading systems enable reductions to happen where they're cheapest. So it's a low cost policy tool. An ETS with an absolute and declining cap guarantees emissions reductions, and declining that cap to zero can clearly contribute to net zero goals. The ETS cap can fit well with the carbon budget-based NDCs. In the case of Korea, how Korea's NDC is broken down into sectoral carbon budgets, and the sectoral budgets link well with the KTS cap. Under the Paris Agreement, the international carbon market can be implemented through inflow and outflow of carbon units, and an emissions trading system provides the right level of monitoring and reporting verification to enable this inflow and outflow of units in NDCs to take place. And the ETS can be designed to work in developing countries. So, for example, China has just started its ETS this month, formally. Its design is particularly flexible to support industrial growth. It's a kind of tradable performance standard approach that it is quite easy politically to implement for fast-growing economies. But there's other mechanisms as well to enable economic growth within this type of policy. There are various adjustments and aspects that can be used to protect industrial competitiveness and prevent the production shifting to other countries. So this is, for example, free allocation. And also you may be hearing about the EU's proposed carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is also a way of protecting against carbon leakage. And also really important for achieving net zero goals is the ability to raise a lot of funds and revenue. So as this policy becomes switching to auctioning for allocation, there's a huge amount of money that can be generated through the revenue that can be shifted to deep decarbonisation projects, like say hydrogen steelmaking or CCU. So this has already been demonstrated in the EU as the high value of an ETS, and it improves industry buy-in. Next slide, please. So I wanted to say here a bit about what's going on in some developing countries, because the ETS is not just a policy for certain developed economies, and in fact the sectors that are targeted have generic technology: power sector, industry sector. The companies that operate these are international companies, and they there's no reason why this policy can't work in developing countries. China, as I mentioned, has just launched the world's largest ETS. In ASEAN countries, it's very interesting because there's a lot of momentum coming. There's a lot of momentum, and there's a lot of development, and there's a real embracing of this policy idea. So Indonesia particularly stands out because it's got a legal basis already established. It's got a plan to start its emissions trading system by 2024. This year, it will be starting a pilot for the industry sector. And as you're probably familiar, Indonesia will become one of the world's largest economies in the future. It's forecast to be the fourth largest world economy. So it's a huge GHG emitter, and it's really on a fast track to develop this policy. Vietnam also is making good progress. Its legislation was agreed late last year, and it's been developing a lot of valuable building blocks already. Thailand it has been working since 2015 on a voluntary ETS. Philippines also is establishing this type of policy. So I guess the issue for these countries and other countries is that they need to learn quickly, and they need to develop their policy fast, because achieving net zero goals by 2050 is a big challenge, and you need proper policies that are quickly introduced and quickly scaled up. So there's a great opportunity for these jurisdictions to learn from more countries that have got more track record in this policy, like Korea. So they can develop their policies faster, they can develop more effective policies, they can use these to mitigate their emissions and promote more of a level competitiveness playing field. These having successful policies can enable them to be more ambitious in their NDCs and their long-term strategies. So next slide, please. So I wanted to now move on to look at Korea, because Korea provides a great reference case for sharing experience in this type of policy. In recent years, there's been a lot of exchange between Europe and Asia, but there's a diminishing return of that because the Asian context is quite specific, and some of the challenges are different in Asia, particularly how to deal with government-controlled power markets, how to deal with the type of industry sectors that occur in Asia. So the lessons that are learned and the solutions that are gained in jurisdictions like Korea can be highly valuable to other countries. So the Korean emissions trading system, I'm sure you all have good familiarity with this, has now been operating since 2015. It's got a very good structure because the CAP aligns with Korea's NDC. It's now moved this year into phase 3 with a strengthened design. And this year, the settings of the KETS will be aligned to the net zero goal under the Green Deal that we heard about earlier. So it's really a great reference case. And next slide, please. This shows the structure of Korea's NDC by 2030 and the fact that it's made up of different sectoral budgets, power, industry, etc. And then next slide, please. And then this slide is very interesting because it shows the work that's going on at the moment by universities in Korea and other organizations to look at how Korea can get to net zero by 2050 and what this means by 2030, what type of reduction in emissions would be required. And, so it's actually a very ambitious pathway that Korea is planning to work to, but it's committed to this through the Green New Deal. And it really does indicate that carbon pricing will become a very important policy, not only in EU, not only in China and Korea, but in the US as well. And jurisdictions that don't have a reasonable price on carbon will face increasing trade barriers and trade penalties. So the benefits to Korea for exchanging this knowledge would be to help shape the global climate policy based on its own policies. So Korea is the front runner in Asia, and it's got a first mover advantage in being able to share its ideas and its structure for the policy with other jurisdictions. It's got an opportunity to level the competitiveness in the playing field between Korea and its competing economies. And by sharing its experience to other jurisdictions, it will support Korean business, who will benefit from more consistent and harmonized policies in other jurisdictions, including jurisdictions where they have manufacturing sites that supply equipment. So the next slide, please. So the final slide is really the role of universities. So universities play a key role in supporting governments in policy development. So in Korea, there are universities that are working to help the government develop its national GHG mitigation target setting. The previous slide showed how universities are working to develop the 2030 target, the pathway to reach 2050, the sectoral budgets, how the targets are shared by ETS and non-ETS. This requires a lot of, say, macroeconomic modeling. It requires competitiveness analysis. It requires policy research. It requires energy system modeling and development of marginal abatement cost curves. And there's lots of technical and economic analysis required. And ultimately, this is a policy that requires economic impact assessment, particularly when you come down to the level of ETS and the cap setting, and how will it impact on, say, carbon leakage? How will it impact on GDP competitiveness? So this is a very demanding role for universities to provide high quality evidence-based analysis on the impacts of these policies and the specific design. ETS requires allocation and auctioning and MRV. It requires activation of the carbon market and measures to manage the price of carbon. And then there's also auction revenue recycling and how to use funds to support decarbonisation. So, yeah, there's a lot of work that's already been done. Korea has been working in this field for many years. I think in terms of opportunity to share this with other jurisdictions, there's already an ASEAN-Korea carbon dialogue under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has been initiated. This has been an ideal venue to share this type of experience, and there may be others as well. But certainly I think that Korea is in a unique position, being able to look at its own successful track record and seen a number of win-win benefits for sharing this with not only ASEAN countries, but African nations as well and other developing countries. And so, yeah, I think this is only going to get more important as the impact of net zero becomes more evident on the reduction targets that need to be made between now and 2030. And this is definitely demonstrated to be one of the most effective and economically viable policies to achieve that. So thank you very much for your attention. And thank you for listening. And yeah, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rich, for your insightful presentations. And I'd like to ask all the audience to give a big round of applause to Mr. Rich for his remarkable presentation. Okay, then we will move to our discussion session. So now I'd like to introduce Professor Kwon Kang. He's an assistant professor at the Graduate School of International Studies of Seoul National University. Please, Professor Kang.
Professor Kim, there is an issue, as you may know, that Professor Taekyun Kim of Seoul National University initially planned to participate in this conference, but due to unavoidable situation, he has become not available today.
Okay, all right.
So there will be only one discussant, that's Professor Kwon Kang of Korea University.
Okay,
right.
Thank you for the information. I forgot to mention that. All right. So I'd like to ask you to welcome Professor Kwon Kang.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you very much for having me in this very timely and important conference, I think, which contributes to provide future direction of responding to climate change. And I also would like to thank the presenters for their informative and interesting presentation. From Dean Matum Tolera's presentation, I could understand that your university already has numerous programs related with climate change, and it seems as though your university is highly interested in further developing these programs. And I'm about to introduce the ways for universities to participate in solving climate change issues. And as Chair mentioned, it is very important to note the importance of universities' collaboration with national public and private organizations and international organizations. And from Director Alistair Rich's presentation, I've learned about the effective role of emission training system. And it's interesting to see how ETS is emerging in ASEAN countries. And he pointed out how important for universities to do the research to operate the ETS successfully. I think there are largely two ways for universities to participate in solving climate change issue. The first is the universities and professors can transfer or exchange knowledge and skills with other countries. Then how can they do that? Simply, professors can individually participate in international development projects or consultations based on their specialties. Since climate change issue is recognized as a cross-cutting issues, regardless of their specialties such as health, engineering, etc., professors can consider climate change issue in their engaged projects. So that's what professors can do. And when universities are the agents, universities can participate in the international development projects to improve the capability of the universities in the partner countries. As public-private partnership is becoming growingly important, opportunities for universities to participate in the development projects are also increasing. And I think that's what Professor Chung is doing through the COICA program. For example, universities can provide consultation on upgrading curriculum, share their know-how of operating successful programs, and transfer their administrative skills. And Dean Tolara and Professor Ku mentioned projects of Koika Korea University and their universities are good examples of these. And furthermore, universities can participate in capacity development programs. Universities may provide trainings to the experts and the government officials of the partner countries. It can be done by inviting them to study abroad to obtain a degree or to receive a short-term training. And it can be also done by dispatching professors to teach in the partner countries. Now, I would like to switch the gear a little bit to talk about ways to facilitate these activities that I've just mentioned, such as international development projects, consultation, and training programs. Although the effects of the climate change are concentrated to the developing countries, its problems are not only for the developing countries, but also developed countries. And this climate change is an issue that all the countries have to exert an effort to solve. Therefore, these activities can be facilitated by the regional collaboration of the universities. I think this collaboration among the universities is going to become growingly important and active. And this collaboration is especially important for the countries in the same region, as they may have similar environmental characteristics. And I think this regional collaboration discussion is somewhat linked with Director Lister Rich's mentioned emergence of emission training system in ASEAN countries. So to sum up, my point is that universities can transfer or exchange knowledge and skills with other countries, especially through regional collaboration. And of course, another very, my second point is very short and clear. It's about universities educating its own people in their country. The universities can take a role in educating students to solve climate change issue. Of course, universities may raise green ODA experts, but regardless of the students' majors, because it's cross-cutting issue, the universities can educate the students to be aware of, feel responsible, and know how to solve these issues. So thank you very much. That's it for my point.
Thank you, Professor Kang. Please forgive me to introducing you as university professor. When I saw your face, I realized that I made a mistake. Anyway,
that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you for your kind understanding. Is there any feedback from our speakers to Professor Kang's comment? Well, if not, I'm very much tempted to finish this session because we are way behind our schedule. Is it okay? All right. All right. Then please, I'd like to ask all of you to give a big round of applause for our three presenters and Professor Kang for her excellent discussion. Thank you very much for your. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kim. And with this, we now close session 4 and we'll move on to our final session of the day without break. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the closing session. First, please welcome Mr. Jung Soo-yoon, Senior Advisor of CSD Lab and former Vice Minister of Environment. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, moderator. It is my great pleasure to make a closing remark at this important meeting. We had a very long day today to discuss on various aspects of the Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. We had an intensive discussion even without a lunch break. Participants from the government, international organizations, think tanks, and universities provided us with an opportunity to understand the current status of Green ODA and to explore ideas on how to strengthen the current policies of Green ODA of the Republic of Korea. In order to strengthen the Green ODA policies by the advanced economies in general, and by the Republic of Korea in particular, we realized the development and implementation of well-streamlined Green ODA policy are crucial to bring effective outcomes of providing assistance to developing countries. All the stakeholders must work together by sharing policy terms and implementation measures. International organizations such as the GGGI, UNDP, Asia-Europe Foundation can be good partners to share expertise and customized implementations for developing countries. Think tanks and related non-profit organizations such as Climate Policy Initiative, Environment Defense Fund, Hans Zeisel Foundation, Asia Society, and CSD Lab can add value by sharing their expertise and enhancing understanding of the issues. Universities cannot be ignored, considering their roles in developing new theories and practices and nurturing future experts and leaders in this field. I believe today's discussions are not the ending point, but another starting point of bringing wider and more effective outcomes to society. Based on the outcomes of today's conference, I do hope our efforts will be continued among participating organizations and experts. Finally, I'd like to express my thanks to Professor Jung and the co-hosting organizations who have spent days and nights preparing for today's event. Without their dedication, it would not have been possible to have today's discussion. I wish all the participants stay healthy and stay safe and healthy in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yoon, for your meaningful closing remarks. Next, let me move on to Professor Chung, Head of Interdisciplinary Study Group on Climate Change in Environment of Korea University. Professor Chung, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Haeyeon, once again. This is the last speaker in today's conference. And then I don't have anything more to add what all the previous speakers, including the former Vice Minister Yoon mentioned. We started to have a small idea on how to help out the Korean government and ODA agencies in the context of Green ODA. And then it turned out that there are a lot more than just talking about the Korean Green ODA. It's about talking about how we can help the entire world to move on during the this difficult time of the COVID-19, also in the context of the addressing climate change and others. So in that sense, as mentioned here and there, I think that we can continue to make these efforts, by strengthening more collaboration among ourselves. And then, just organizing this conference online, we thought it would be very difficult. As you may have noticed that because of time difference, in the morning session, we tended to invite the people from the Northern America. And then now, as we are heading toward the end of the conference, we see more from Europe and Africa, simply because of the time differences. But however, we worked together. And then this can be a very cost-effective way, and then being connected to each other, even not only during the COVID-19, maybe after COVID-19 era. Having said that, thank you very much once again for every speaker for your great contributions. And then my last statement should be to mention the staffs who actually works days and nights together with me to organize this conference. I would like to name the three of my team. Haeyeon Chung, that you have a meeting all day long today, right, Haeyeon? And then the other two, Jian John. Then you can, Jian, you can say hello so that you know, everybody can see you. And then Hyung Jung, you know, she contacted every speaker, and then she, this is her face, right? Hyung Jung, who also you know, worked a lot to organize this conference together. Okay, I do hope that not only speakers, also general audience who have been watching the this conference today through the YouTube enjoy the discussions. And then I do hope that everyone feel that, oh, we should meet together in the near future, right? Having said that, I'd like to say this is the end of the conference today. And then thank you very much. Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Gina, bye. Good to see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for your participation, and I bid you goodbye.
Right.
Bye.
So bye-bye.